नहीं, शुरुआत में जो इंग्लिश है उसको हटा दीजिए आप।
वाले बताइए।
मैं जो जब ये जैसे ही लिंक ख़त्म होगा तो सबसे पहले अपने सहयोगी विष्णु सोम की बातचीत दिखाते हैं केंद्रीय उड्डयन मंत्री राममोहन नायडू के साथ। उन्होंने दावोस में उनसे बातचीत की है, वो हिस्सा आपको दिखाते हैं। ठीक,
अच्छा
ये प्ले हो जाएगा, फिर उसके बाद हम सीधे सुरजीत भल्ला पर आएंगे।
परफेक्ट।
ठीक ना?
या ऑल सेट। आदित्य
हाँ बोल
सुजीत
बोल
इज
बोल।
हियर।
हाँ, मैं लगा रहा हूँ अभी।
ये they got it and the next 5 minutes depending on Gauri is down. Gauri is still not there. जरा सा आई नीड टू अरेंज वन टेबल। सामने के तीनों टेबल पूरे खाली पड़े हैं। अच्छा अच्छा हम लोग ये जो हम रीजन
ये
में
हटा
जो
दीजिए,
होल्ड
हाँ।
कर रहे हैं हम वहाँ से हम लोग कैसे दिखाएंगे आप।
नहीं नहीं, इसको हटा दीजिए आप, ये इंग्लिश हटा दीजिए, हाँ। हाँ बोलिए। हाँ नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कभी कहीं कहीं जहाँ जहाँ ज़रूरत है थोड़ा बहुत वहाँ वहाँ किया गया है।
के लिए आप यू हैव अ इंट्रो।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, इसको श्लेनमन कर दीजिएगा।
स्नेल स्नेलमैन।
श्लेन, इसको
स्नेल नहीं स्नेल। शा शा
श, मैं कर देता हूँ। बिल्कुल।
आदित्य पहला तो पहला क्वेश्चन उसका है। पहला क्वेश्चन उसका है। हाँ सुजीत भल्ला पहला क्वेश्चन उसका है फिर
अच्छा, ये हिंदी होगा भी कि नहीं? अच्छा, हिंदी हो भी नहीं रहा ये। इसको मैं ठीक कर लूँगा, ये छोड़ दीजिए। ठीक है, मैं अपने करूँगा श्नेलमन। जहाँ मेरा पॉइंट है मैंने बहुत सारे जगहों पर चेंज किया है, हिंदी उसको किया है, बाकी जी। नमस्कार, एनडीटीवी फ्यूचर समिट में आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। एक ऐसा समिट जहां शानदार चर्चाओं के माध्यम से हम मल्टी नोडल कनेक्टिविटी और समावेशी विकास और इसके प्रभाव पर चर्चा करेंगे। और इस वर्ष का विषय एक विकसित राष्ट्र बनने की दिशा में भारत की महत्वाकांक्षी यात्रा को दर्शाता है। आज की हमारी चर्चा के केंद्र में क्षेत्रीय बुनियादी ढांचे को बदलने, आर्थिक विकास को सक्षम करने और खास तौर पर कनेक्टिविटी में वैश्विक नेता के रूप में भारत की स्थिति को मजबूत करने में जेवर हवाई अड्डे के साथ विकसित की जा रही बहुनोडल कनेक्टिविटी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका होगी। यह फ्यूचर समिट यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे औद्योगिक विकास प्राधिकरण ईडा पेश कर रहा है। यमुना विकास प्राधिकरण ने मल्टी नोडल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए अपनी दूरदर्शी सोच के साथ भारत के बुनियादी ढांचे के परिदृश्य को फिर से परिभाषित किया है। सड़क, रेल और हवाई परिवहन प्रणालियों को निर्बाध रूप से एकीकृत करके ईडा ने औद्योगिक विकास, आवासीय विस्तार और वाणिज्यिक गतिविधि के लिए नए रास्ते खोले हैं। और सबसे खास बात यह है कि यमुना विकास प्राधिकरण ने यह साबित किया है कि आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी कैसे जीवन को बदल सकती है। आप सबको ये जानकारी देना जरूरी है कि ये फ्यूचर समिट भूटानी इंफ्रा और गौर ग्रुप के सहयोग से आपके लिए लाया गया है। और सबसे पहले इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। और सबसे पहले बात करेंगे नागरिक उड्डयन मंत्री राममोहन नायडू से। राममोहन नायडू मोदी सरकार में सबसे कम उम्र के मंत्री हैं और एयरपोर्ट को लेकर के उनकी क्या सोच है, उनसे बात की है हमारे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी विष्णु सोम ने दावोस में। वो दिखाते हैं आपको।
One of the most exciting sectors in India, in our economy, is civil aviation. Think about it. Just a couple of years ago, Indian consumers had very little choices, but now with the emergence of several large airlines, with a very proactive government policy, we are among the largest in the world. We've got a very special guest with us, Rammohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Let's reflect a little on that first. Do you believe that India can be a major international hub going forward in the way that, let us say, Dubai is?
Absolutely. Just to start with, India is the third largest domestic civil aviation market today. And totally we believe that it can be number one in the coming days. The progress that we are seeing with 10% to 15% growth rate in civil aviation. And one of the priority areas for us to create the hub. I feel not just the push is coming from the own government itself and from India, but geographically, strategically, if you look at the positioning of India, there is a natural push there of India emerging as a hub. So everything is playing along, and I totally believe that we are going to emerge as a hub in the coming days.
That also depends on the government and the private sector working together. For example, we've got record aircraft orders from Indigo and Air India. Nobody would have imagined, India buying so many aircraft. That has to be matched by infrastructure on the ground, whether it's airports, more runways, and a lot of that. Do you believe that that might be your biggest challenge, matching infrastructure with the demand and the orders?
In fact, when we talk about infrastructure, we have already started building up the infrastructure. In the last 10 years itself, from 74 airports, we have grown up to 159 airports. So the airlines have to catch up now. The demand is there, the infrastructure is there, and even the existing airports which are there, we have expanded the capacity because we believe that in the coming days, the traffic is going to grow more and more. And like you said, if you look at the global orders also, India has the most orders for aircraft fleet now. So what we are trying to do as the government is encourage these manufacturers to give us the orders at the earliest because we feel the demand is already there. And what we need is the more aircrafts coming in to cater for the demand, to provide more connectivity and to provide more affordable rates also.
Are you satisfied at the pace at which aviation professionals are being trained, whether it's pilots or cabin crew? Because that is an ecosystem which has to grow at the same pace at which the sector is growing.
Absolutely. Right now, we have a good capacity of training happening. Let it be the pilots or the aircraft maintenance engineers or whoever is involved in the aviation sector. But like I said, we have more than 2,000 orders in place today. And imagine when these aircrafts come, the number of workforce that you would need in aviation itself. So we are trying to expand the skilling and training centers that we have. We are talking with Airbus, we are talking with Boeing, we are letting them open more simulator facilities. And we are spreading our airport network which we have. There are these smaller airports where the activity is little less. So we are trying to cater them for flight training organizations so we can have more pilot training organizations. So we have that vision in mind that we would need more workforce into the aviation sector, and there is a conscious push from the government itself. And the opportunity here is not just the 2,000 aircrafts which are going to come into the Indian airspace. I am looking at capturing the workforce that's going to be globally developing. So we want our Indian workforce to go globally to different other airlines and try to taken advantage of the opportunities that are available there. And people from other countries also. Let them come to India, let them get trained, because aviation, I see globally, is also very emerging, and especially in the Asia-Pacific region, there's a lot of potential for growth there. So it is the right time for us to capture on the skilling and training workspace, and definitely we are moving in that direction.
We have new laws also, the Bharatiya Vayuyan Adhinayam. It modernizes the sector. Why was it necessary?
It was necessary because it was a pre-independence act that was there before, and a lot of the amendments that have been added to the original act was kind of made the whole act in a very disorganized manner. ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization, has recommended many times that we need a very comprehensive with the latest legislative procedures being involved in the act, and that is what we have done. And we have brought in a little bit, a touch of Indianness in it by naming it the Bharatiya Vayuyan Adhinayam. So the ICAO has been a major contributor in bringing this new law. And one important aspect that we have brought in this new law is that we are trying to recognize India as a state of design and maintenance and manufacture. This was not there earlier.
Let's talk about MROs, because you're mentioning that. How is that critical? It's not just about flying the planes, it's also about maintaining them. How can this be an industrial hub for airlines across the region?
I know this MRO business, the maintenance, it has been hiding under the carpet for a long time.
Yes.
And whenever we talk about civil aviation, it is the planes and the travel, the airports, which get a lot of limelight. But what we are missing out is a great opportunity on having the MRO sector, which is a revenue generating sector, which is going to earn us a lot of money and also give us a lot of jobs. So the government, especially in the last 10 years, has put a lot of focus in growing the MRO business. In fact, if I can give you a number, we are only able to do 20% of the whole MRO business that a plane goes through. So imagine the kind of capacity we have, the potential we have to grow forward. In that sector, the government has also taken some proactive steps, and our vision is to grow from 2 billion, which is MRO business, $2 billion US business right now in the country. In 6 years, we want to double it and grow up to $4 billion, and we are on the way. The growth rate that we are seeing in MRO business is definitely very encouraging for us. And one thing was, there was multiple slabs for aircraft components which we are importing for the MRO business. Some were kept under 5%, some were 12%, 18%. They attracted different kind of tax slabs. So what we did, so that to unify the whole process, we have brought in a rule that everything will come under 5%. So that has streamlined the process of MRO a little bit. And also we are renting out our existing airport spaces at a very low rates to MRO businesses, so that many outside the country MRO spaces can also come to India and establish their network here. And many other decisions have been taken in terms of the warranty that you provide when a plane gets the MRO thing done in India. So these are small things, but we feel these baby steps are going to create a lot of buzz and a lot of activity in the MRO business, and definitely from the industry. We are seeing that positiveness, and we see that in the coming days, like I said, the target of reaching $4 billion is on the way.
You must have had a very difficult several days when we had these bomb threats. And the numbers were huge. It cost our airlines a great deal of money having to make these calls. Are we any closer in our investigations to knowing who was responsible?
It was a very challenging time, but I would like to congratulate the way the whole team under civil aviation, under the Home Affairs, especially the investigation agencies, how they've all collaborated in trying to curb the situation at the earliest. And in fact, from our side, just so that it doesn't blow up out of proportion and doesn't become a continuous process, we brought in a change in our rules also. Aircraft security rules, we amended. We brought in a no-fly thing for these perpetrators who are trying to do these kind of activities. All the threats have been hoax calls, fake, all of them. All of them, because we had the mechanism.
There was no credible threat.
But like I said, the investigation is a thorough process that we have to follow. The investigation is still going on. Couple of instances we were able to catch the person behind it, and it was supposed to be more like a prank kind of thing. So it was a child from Chhattisgarh who was caught in Maharashtra, and the other incident from Delhi also, where it was like he had some issue with a friend who was traveling in the plane, so he had to do something of this sort. So to discourage those kind of things, I felt that we needed some kind of legislation which becomes a deterrent. It's not a play area that you do pranks with the running of the planes and the airports. So we are trying to bring in some stringent laws, and especially the security and offences related to civil aviation, we have a SUASCA Act. And we are trying to bring in one legislation for that. We have sent it already for the interministerial consultation. Once it comes in, I'm definitely going to bring it to the parliament also. Keeping that aside, the whole system that we have, I think they are pretty much prepared to these kind of instances. That's what I've seen personally also. They were very much prepared to adapt themselves, the security teams, the ministry, the bureaucracy, everyone was hands-on on the issue so that they all collectively work towards getting a solution as early as possible. And regarding the institution, we are in continuous communication with the investigation agencies because it comes under a different wing.
Where is that investigation? So it's not
So-
just one person. That's
So
what you were saying.
most of the cases, according to the law, get registered in the police station under which the airport comes in. So it is with the local police, and police is a state subject, so most of the
So
state
there were
departments.
Many actors is my question. There were many people responsible, or was there some sort of collusion between people?
So that is still what the investigation has to provide us. So we're still waiting on the report for that. The agencies that are involved, the state agencies are involved. Then there is the NIA involved.
And what
So
about
IB involved.
Were there international
The
attempts at?
NIA is thoroughly looking into it.
Do you believe that there was a larger sort of effort at
I
stalling the aviation sector,
I really
or
can't comment on that right
random
now unless
people?
the report comes in. So it's very it'll be very immature of me to comment it at this.
But there is a report which is coming in, which
Definitely, every case has to be closed. So the investigation is definitely going on. So we are giving it proper time so that we get the facts right. So let them come and present to us.
none of the threats were credible. That's the bottom
Yeah,
line.
that's the bottom line.
Let's talk a little bit about helicopters as well. We've underachieved in India with civilian helicopters. There are a couple of factors. A, there is demand. B, there is safety. Operating in the Himalayas, for example, is very difficult. The viability of the companies also has to be looked at. What are you doing to enhance helicopter operations in the civilian sector?
We totally believe that there is a huge potential for helicopter operations in the country itself. And another number for comparison on how much we are lagging behind, Brazil as a country has more than 600 and India as a country has around 250. So imagine the kind of potential we are just wanting to encash on. We are trying to see from a regulatory side what can we do so that we can promote more helicopter business in the country. We have seen that we should set up a separate wing in the ministry. So we are starting a directorate for helicopter services, the rotary wing. Otherwise, dealing the helicopters just like you deal with the regular fixed wing aircrafts is not helping a bit. We have spoken to the industry also, we have taken their feedback and they've suggested let's have a certain setup within the ministry which deals with our problems directly. So the directorate of helicopter services is definitely going to be a big push for them. And also we have brought in Heli Seva, where many of the services which the helicopter operators need, we have made it digital, so there is a lot of accountability and transparency that has come in right now. And more than that, we are talking to the states now to create some kind of models, let's say in medical side, where they can have medical ambulances. And then there is tourism which can be explored. Now we have Char Dham Yatras, where helicopter services are very actively used. Imagine the kind of potential you can create when you create these kind of temple circuits, Buddhist circuits, or many good places that you have. So we are actively engaging with the states that why don't you create these kind of places and kind of provide some kind of support so that we can have more helicopters into the airspace. So regulation we are taking care of. In terms of encouragement, we are talking to the states, and we believe the steps that we have taken now is going to give us a good push in the future.
Are you satisfied with the steps or the rules which exist to ensure that unruly passengers are effectively dealt with? Airlines face all sorts of problems, different circumstances, and there is a certain way in which people should respect, crews on board aircraft, fellow passengers. That often gets violated. Do you believe that this needs to be more strictly implemented, the laws? It's a difficult.
It's a very difficult situation in the sense we have more than 5 lakh passengers traveling every day. And I've told you about the growth story also. You'll have more passengers coming into the network. And when you have so many people traveling in these aircrafts, using the airports, definitely there are going to be some issues which are going to flag up. And the way the world is changing, the way people, their attitude, the mentality and everything is changing. So definitely we are going to keep our ears and eyes open. We are going to observe what kind of situations are coming our way. Definitely the law that we have right now, we feel it is good enough for the incidents that are happening today. But if anything crosses the line of the law, and if there is a pressure, there is a need that arises, then definitely we proactively will move in that direction. We care for the safety of the passengers. We care for the convenience of the passengers, and especially when I took charge as the minister, I've mentioned these words that I want our people to have convenient, comfortable and affordable travel. So no matter what legislation I look at, what kind of changes I want to bring in, at the core, I want to keep the Indian passenger in the heart and make my decision.
I noticed buying water was much more inexpensive at Indira Gandhi International Airport the other day. That's one of the small steps that you took.
Yeah,
but that's so
absolutely.
important. A bottle of water I picked up for 10 rupees. It was much more a few months back.
Yeah, so it is an inspiration taken from our Prime Minister's notebook. And he famously says that Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaj ka safar. And we have kind of moved in that direction. We have brought in the Udan scheme, which has democratized the air travel. We have brought in more routes into play. We have connected the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which was not viable for the aircraft operators. But we have brought in some kind of scheme so that we can connect these routes. But one interesting gap that I observed was people were still a little bit irky about the prices at the airport. Then I said, when we are trying to have these lower income groups come into the air travel network, then you should be making them the services also a little bit more comfortable for them. That's how the Udan Yatri Cafe is what we are calling it. So this came into play. We have launched it recently in Kolkata also. We have done it. Excellent response from the people, and we are trying to scale it up now.
Thank you, Minister, very much for speaking to us. So his most expansive interview, I dare suggest, on civil aviation so far. Ram Mohan Naidu speaking about the potential of the Indian aviation industry, whether it is the creation of India or India becoming a hub, to helicopter operations, to flight safety, to recent threats which have taken place, to ultimately passenger safety and passenger convenience.
तो राम मोहन नायडू के साथ बातचीत आप देख रहे थे और आम जनता से जुड़े सवाल हमारे सहयोगी विष्णु सोम ने किया। आने वाले वक्त में कैसे आम आदमी के लिए यात्रा सुखद हो, बेहतर हो और कम पैसे में हो, ये सारे सवाल उन्होंने किए। उन्होंने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री का जो विजन है, हवाई चप्पल से लेकर के हवाई जहाज तक, एक हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला व्यक्ति भी कैसे हवाई जहाज से सफर कर सकता है, उसको आगे बढ़ाने पर वो काम कर रहे हैं। राम मोहन नायडू मोदी सरकार में सबसे कम उम्र के मंत्री हैं, 36 साल में कैबिनेट मंत्री बने, श्रीकाकुलम से सांसद हैं, तीसरी बार ये सांसद बने और सबसे कम उम्र के मंत्री हैं। और उनका विजन भी खासतौर पर नागरिक उड्डयन मंत्रालय को लेकर के शानदार है। जब विष्णु सोम उनसे बातचीत कर रहे थे तो उन्होंने बहुत सारे विजन सबके सामने रखे और ये कहा कि आने वाले वक्त में हमारी ये कोशिश है कि हम कैसे लोगों को बेहतर सुविधा के साथ कम पैसे में बेहतर यात्रा करा पाएं। और ये आने वाले वक्त में उनका ये वादा था कि आने वाले वक्त में ये दिखेगा भी, इस पर सरकार काम भी कर रही है। खासतौर पर दिल्ली से ठीक सटे जब जेवर एयरपोर्ट बनकर तैयार हो जाएगा, उस वक्त भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें आसान हो जाएंगी। उसकी वजह यह है कि कनेक्टिविटी बहुत तेज़ी के साथ जब बढ़ती है तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें आसान हो जाती हैं। और यही विष्णु सोम से बातचीत के दौरान उन्होंने कही है और उन्होंने सारे वो सवाल किए जो एक आम जनता से जुड़े हुए थे। लेकिन सबसे जो महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो ये है कि आने वाले वक्त में हेलीकॉप्टर सेवा की ज़रूरत महसूस हो रही है, उस पर भी उन्होंने सवाल किया। उन्होंने कहा कि भाई ज़रूरत तो है और आने वाले वक्त में हमें इस पर काम करना है, डिजिटली हम इस पर काम भी कर रहे हैं और एक टीम इस पर काम कर रही है। आने वाले वक्त में हम इसको और ज़्यादा बेहतर करेंगे और बेहतर करने के साथ ही हम इसको और लोगों से कैसे जोड़ें, इस पर भी बात उन्होंने की। दावोस में ये बातचीत हुई पूरी अब से कुछ दिन पहले, जहां उन्होंने इस अपने पूरे विजन को रखा, अपनी पूरी बातचीत को रखा। एनडीटीवी से उन्होंने बातचीत की है। आइए फिलहाल आगे बढ़ते हैं, इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और अब मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हैं जाने माने अर्थशास्त्री, लेखक, आईएमएफ के पूर्व ईडी सुरजीत भल्ला जी को। सुरजीत जी आर्थिक सलाहकार परिषद के सदस्य रह चुके हैं। आर्थिक तौर पर कैसे देश को मजबूत किया जाए, इसको लेकर भी बहुत काम किया है उन्होंने। साथ ही कई किताबें लिख चुके हैं, हजारों लेख उन्होंने लिखे हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सुरजीत भल्ला जी। और साथ ही मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं मेरे सहयोगी गौरी को।
Please, please, sir. Come, sir. Yeah. Take it. Should I give you a hand, sir? Yeah. There you go, sir. It's good to have Dr. Bhalla talk on infrastructure and the economy, but it's even better to talk to him 5 days before what is going to be the first full budget of Modi 3.0. There's lots to talk about, from what all can infrastructure do to really become a catalyst for the economy, to what all infrastructure options we have as a nation, given that we have competing concerns of growth, as well as, of course, taking care of several large sections of our society. But at the same time, expectations from what can really propel us to be in the top 3 that we are talking about. So I'll try and cover all of this, but let me start, sir, with the fact that last year, India became the 5th largest economy, beating the UK. And there are expectations this year we are going to beat Japan to become the 4th largest. We want to be the 3rd largest in the next 3 years by 2027. I want to ask you your top 2 or 3 policy, I wouldn't use the word recommendations because we are 5 days away from the budget, but your top 3 policy goals for us to really get there sooner than what some of these stated goals are.
Thank you for having me. No, very good set of questions. Let me first start with, you said on infrastructure, one of the major determinants
So you'll pull
of
up the mic a
growth,
little bit.
one of the major determinants of growth, worldwide and well known for the last 75 years, is infrastructure. And that is what this government has done quite forcefully over the last 5-7 years. Now, there's another very important determinant of growth, and that's technology. And that comes via investment and via foreign direct investment. On that, I'm afraid, we have failed and failed miserably. So I think there is a not a trade-off, but on the one hand, they've done the infrastructure, which is very good. On the other hand, they have ignored FDI, made it impossible for foreign investors to come into the country. I can give you some statistics. In the last 5 years, or let's say when 2014, when the government, new government came into being, the FDI as a percent of GDP in India was something like 2.5%, which was one of the highest in the world. Today, or last year, it went down to 0.8%. 0.8. The last time India had such a low FDI to GDP ratio was in the mid-1990s. So I think the government should be doing, I hope they are doing, a rethink on its investment policy for foreign direct investment.
I'm going to come to that. That's a very important part about how do we become attractive, especially at a time when there are global headwinds, but also tailwinds. There are also enough and more tailwinds that could really propel us to become attractive as a global destination. But before that, I want to come upon the big theme that we are talking about here, why there are so many people here in the audience who want to hear your views about how much of a catalyst is infrastructure spending for India in terms of our aspirations for becoming a developed economy by 2047, becoming the top 3 by 2030. And are we doing the right thing? I mean, India has really pushed the pedal, so to say, as far as infra funding is concerned. 1.1 lakh crore last year, expected to be higher this year as well. 10% year-on-year increase on that base is very significant. How do you see that for us in the last 5 years, the infra story, and what would you want for it to really continue going forward?
I think the infra story, as you point out, has been hugely successful over the last 5 years. So successful that the government thinks, in my view, that yehi karte raho and everything will be okay. So infrastructure and across the board, whether it is roads, whether it is sanitation, whether it is electricity, whether it's water supply, absolutely, we are moving fast. But basically, we have, in my view, and we'll find out what happens on February 1st, lost sight that there are other determinants to growth, which is what I pointed out earlier. The second additional policy, and many people have pointed this out, and I've been on this for the last 3 years, that our taxation, we are overtaxing our people to an extent not known in any other country. Let me just give you an example. If you take the share of taxes to GDP, and we now have consistent worldwide data put out by the IMF in collaboration with OECD and the World Bank. And that data shows that our tax to GDP ratio today, or last year, was likely upwards of 19% of GDP. This is all taxes, state, local, center, municipal, GST, etc. Now, let's look at our major competitors. You know, you talk to anybody, and they always compare, if you're discussing growth rates, that China is way ahead of us, has been, though I think now we are growing faster than China. The other country that comes up is Vietnam and East Asia in general. And that is well recognized that East Asia has performed enormously well. So my question is, let's just look at what kind of taxation policies they follow and have followed, because we've got the data now. And the tax to GDP ratio in East Asia as a whole is around 14.5%. We are 19%, okay? And why we are that high is something that I think the government needs to do. So I think that's the other area that I will focus on. Incidentally, which are the countries that are at 19% of GDP? Try Korea. Try the United States of America. They are about 10 times richer than us. And we know, as everybody knows, as your income goes up, your tax goes up as a share. Why are we at the level of India and of Korea and the US? I don't know. But that's a question we need to ask.
I'm hopeful that some of that may be addressed by the finance minister. And trust me, when we speak about direct taxes, personal income taxes, the whole will be in complete agreement with what you say. So do I. But, you know, there are compulsions. When you talk about public finance, there are compulsions because, you know, the government and no other country, frankly, apart from India, actually faces the twin challenges that we face, because one is the scale at which everything has to be dealt with, and then there are competing concerns.
You know, this is very interesting statement of yours that, you know, and I'd first written about this in 1984. India is unique. At that time, the discussion was on exports. And the article in Economic Times, I think you worked for them, in the Economic Times was 84, that you look out from the highest building in Hong Kong, and what you look at exports more to the world than all of India. 1984. Okay? We are unique. We face challenges. You think other countries don't face challenges? They face the same challenges that we do. So the whole point, and we face the same challenges from 1950 to 1991. And then in 1991, we decided to do something different. And that unleashed the growth process in India. After that, we haven't done anything different. And I'm hoping that on February 1st, we will begin to do something different. So we are not unique. Basically, my simple answer, everybody facing the same challenges, fiscal deficit challenge, you know, inflation challenge, infrastructure challenge, growth challenge, everybody. This is a globalized world. Where's that instrument? And this instrument makes sure that everybody knows at the same time. We can't be operating like we are in 1950.
No, that's a fair point, that we are not unique, some of the challenges the world is facing. But let me then draw your attention to the fact that when we are talking about infrastructure spending, when we are talking about creating those large hubs to really drive our manufacturing aspirations.
Yeah.
You know, we want to be a beneficiary of a China +1 global tailwind, hopefully. Is big ticket infrastructure the way to go about it? And what would be your top 2 or 3, policy guidance for us to really get there faster, to really make the best use of the trend?
You know, continue doing what you're doing in infrastructure, expanding. All these goals are laudatory, very positive. But as I said, I believe that precisely because this government, and actually it's very interesting, historically, the 2 governments in India that have stressed infrastructure the most have been BJP governments. Vajpayee was the one who started the
Golden
whole
Quadrilateral and others, yes.
And Modi.
Yeah.
So this has been a huge success story. But you know, we can't keep resting on our laurels. हाँ हमने infrastructure कर दिया, growth आ गई है. The point is, there are, you know, one of the most famous laws in economics is diminishing returns. So we have to look at where, and the other point I want to get back to what I'd said earlier, think of FDI as infrastructure, technology. Technology is infrastructure, and today, in today's global competitive world, it's the most important infrastructure. And why are we not having it? Or not having it to the same degree that we did for the last 20, 30 years. And suddenly the belief is, I don't know what the belief is actually. This is, it's something that I've thought about, I've bothered about, I've written about. What leads the government to ignore FDI? And I'll give you an explanation. And the only explanation I've been able to come up with is that industrialists in India are in control of our policy. And everywhere in the world, industrialists are in control. Okay, so that's not you've heard of the military industrial complex. So we have the Babu industrial complex. So I'm not saying that we are unique, but how much importance we give to industrialists in guiding our policy is where we are different. So you wanted to know where we are different? That's where we're different. And you know, and we've gone through phases. As I said, these issues were much discussed between 1950 and 1990. Then we had a breakthrough in 91. And then after that, we had somewhat of a breakthrough in Vajpayee's term. And then we had somewhat of a breakthrough to 2014 to 2019 in the Modi's first term. We had COVID, and I think the government was brilliant. Policies on infrastructure. This was COVID, how to handle it. Suddenly there's this big shock in the world. Absolutely brilliant. And the world has acknowledged that we did a superb job in handling the COVID fiasco, or whatever you want to call it. But after that, what? So let's go back to 22. After 22, what's the story? And I'm afraid I can't find, we are going in the negative direction after being in a positive direction. And again, you know, this is, you will ask me, you know, we have political compulsions, and I will say even dictatorships have political compulsions. So everybody's got the same thing. So now the question.
You've made the point that we are not unique.
Yeah.
And, but then if you were to suggest 3 areas where India needs to focus on to be able to get back to becoming attractive destination for FDI, what would those be? Because, you know, we have been for the longest a very attractive destination for global investments. Okay. What do you think will get us back there?
The major, what happened? As I said, we were investing, FDI was 2.5% of GDP, and now it's 0.8% of GDP. So what happened? What happened was in 2015, the government decided to not have any more bilateral investment treaties. And this is actually a very interesting story, explanation, and I believe it is the correct explanation. I can't find anybody, and nobody else has been able. So we decided, presumably from pressure from industrialists, that look, we can't, in a bilateral investment treaty, there is a foreign investor and there is a domestic investor. Okay. And they get into a marriage, which is the joint production, joint investment, etc. And you know, marriages, some marriages end up in divorce. So around the world, bilateral investment treaties have been the basis on which a divorce resolution is done. And what is the basis? That first, the two people engaged in a divorce first take about 6 months or so to try and resolve their differences. If they don't resolve their differences, then there is an adjudicator, a judge from a third country. So if it's India and England, you will go to a judge who's not from India, who's not from England, right? Makes a lot of sense, and it has worked brilliantly. But the new stipulation, starting in 2015, is at the end of the investment treaties, you will go to an Indian judge.
Okay.
Indians don't go to Indian judges, yeah.
So dispute resolution is becoming a major thorny issue for global investors.
It's the only issue.
Okay.
You invest in a country different than yours and whose legal system is not known to be the best in the world.
Then, okay, we are talking about global investments. The one question that I think everybody would like to sort of get your perspective on, which is that how do you see the US-India business relationship given Donald Trump is now in power? He's known for striking deals. He has a very favorable view of India. Where do you see that going, and what kind of a transformation it could mean from an economic point of view for India?
I think I have commented on this before, and I think it can only be good for India. Let me explain why Trump will be good for much of the reasons that you've said. Is that he's transactional. We are transactional. India is transactional. Every country is transactional. And this will, it's not that Trump has ideas to increase India's growth rate, to increase India's investment, to better India's infrastructure. Okay? He doesn't. But, you know, there's an old line, the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. And that's where, because of that pressure, we will be able to do the right thing. And the right thing is not unknown. It is, you've got to open up investment. Okay, so already, you must have seen in the news this morning, he put on a 25% tariff on Colombia.
Yeah.
And then reached a deal with them. So that no longer is going to be the case because they reached a deal on
illegal immigrants, they
illegal
have to go,
immigrants.
yes.
And we've already reached a deal
Yeah.
with them on illegal immigrants. But I think the India issue will have to do a little bit more than agreeing on illegal immigrants. Remember that 2019, when Trump was there, our trade deals got distorted because, or didn't happen with the US, because of tariffs on Harley Davidson. Yeah. We refused. कि भाई हम भी motorcycle बना सकते हैं. ठीक है भाई, बनाओ. So I think that's where.
Do you think this time around a free trade agreement will be signed?
I think, look, I hate to think, I can't, so that's why I'm very optimistic for what will happen on February 1st. That it will be a budget with a difference, not business as usual. And for much of the same reasons that we've been talking about. I mean, just like I cannot explain the FDI policy of India. I cannot explain them not seeing reality for what it is, and because we all agree with and are passionate about the things you've talked about India being the third largest, India being a much, Viksit Bharat, 2047. I have written several articles saying it's very possible. I'm not in the camp that thinks, a developed country, however you define it, by 2047 is not possible. But it will need, so I presented this at a conference, etc. I said, but you need to do these 2 or 3 things, and then you'll get there. So I think Viksit Bharat is very compelling. I think the Prime Minister passionately believes in it. I passionately believe in it. And now we'll see if policies follow. I think, as I said, I'm hopeful, very hopeful. But it is because we have no other alternative. So just like in 1991, we had no other alternative, and we acted. And look at the success.
You are saying that we are at that cusp of being able to have that kind of a transformative decision-making?
Yes, absolutely.
What would be your wish list for the budget this time? Because you feel it's really going to be a transformative one.
First, change our FDI policy. I'm not giving it in any order, but since we just finished talking about that. Second, cut personal income tax rates. Third, there was a story, as we were discussing, in a major international bank has said that India needs to cut corporate taxes. So, now think about it. Who will the cut in corporate taxes benefit? Not you, not me, not anybody in the audience, but corporates. They are the last people who need a tax cut. We, the people, need a tax cut. So I don't know, this is the operation of the Babu Industrial Complex already at work. That they're saying, honestly, I've not heard anybody except this morning talk about a corporate tax cut. We had that in 2019. It was hugely successful. And now we need a cut in personal income taxes. So FDI and a cut in personal income taxes would be my 2 major recommendations.
On corporate tax, just a little bit of data that says that corporate taxes made about 58.3% of direct taxes in 2018-2019, the year when, of course, they were cut, before that, and a year after they were cut, and then they have now slid to about 46.5% to 23-24, which means that personal income taxes are now
and the other tax cut, and this has been much discussed on every cocktail party, every TV show, etc.
But sir,
is our GST policy, tax policy.
But just on the income tax bit, when you speak to the policy maker, the other argument is that if I go about slashing taxes and if I go about giving those kind of benefits, then how do I go about funding what this country needs? Those big ticket infrastructure projects
you're
that
back.
we're talking.
Who said this?
I'm saying policy makers' argument is
so
that.
Now we're back to we are unique. You think other countries don't face funding problems? We're back to that. That's a really prevalent thinking. That our problems are very unique. And so we need unique solutions. We don't.
So
everybody faces. How do they solve it? We have got, for the last 75 years, actually, coincident with our independence, we've got data now on 190 countries facing the same problems. Why for the last 75 years? Decolonization took place by 1960, almost all countries were independent. World War II was over, policies started to be initiated, poverty reduction, etc. Another area we're hugely successful in, have been, fantastic, okay? But, now we've got to, so the taxes are too high. The misconception amongst some of our policymakers is you need additional revenue, raise taxes. You know, what happened and I worked in the background on the corporate income tax cut in 2018-19. There is something called a Laffer curve, but not to go into detail. The point is, we are not at a stage where everybody is compliant with their taxes. So when you cut tax rates, your revenue actually goes up. So ये जो हमारी policy अपने पैर पे अपनी कुल्हाड़ी, अरे please cut taxes so you can fund more infrastructure, so you can have more welfare payments, not raise taxes so I can do that. That's the fundamental thinking that has to come to the fore. And if it doesn't come to the fore, and as I said, it hasn't, we need to look for alternative explanations why the simple economics, Econ 101, is not working in India. So, same compulsions, complete agreement with you, everything. So therefore, we want to increase taxes. We want to increase tax revenue. We want to increase infrastructure. We want to provide a better life for large masses of people. Cut personal income taxes in order to do that. If you cut only corporate taxes, none of that is going to be achieved. But if you cut personal income taxes and you allow FDI to come in, win, win, win.
Okay, that's a simple formula to what many people would think complex public finance issues. But two questions I want to ask before we wrap this up. One is around the role of states, because when you talk about infrastructure, when you talk about connectivity, not all of it is central government's domain. A lot of it actually falls in the states. How do you see the role of states in shaping the big economic dream, the boom dream that we are talking? And then we're going to talk about that one question that I have spoken about for, ever since I started journalism, which was about semiconductor factories. And I'm going to come to that first. Yeah. But first, the role of states.
So I think there is, again, a very important question. We need much more decentralization than we have. We need more power to the states in order to enact the policies that they fit. Now, one possibility is that you give them more revenue from the national kitty. The other possibility is you allow them more freedom to act. So for us, we've always thought about, we'll increase the share of taxes that go to state governments. That again is, maybe it was okay to begin with, but you need them. Maybe our constitution doesn't allow it, various things. Another thing actually on the constitution, since much is talked about, take the GST taxes, and which gives states a lot of power, etc., to enact invisible, not invisible, but popcorn laws. Let's call them popcorn laws. Now, the center can issue, it need not be unanimous that everybody has to agree on, okay? So I want that states should have much more discretion in terms of, and what is happening already with the farm laws, that the states are enacting some very favorable, some states are enacting what the farm laws attempted to do in 2022. So I think, allow states much more freedom of action in different states will proceed at different speeds, and so be it. But that is the first answer to that question. Then the other thing was?
I asked you about semiconductor because, this is the first thing you said, sir, when we started this conversation, that infra is also technology.
Yes.
And I think the one thing that India is really focusing now is to become a major player as far as semiconductor space is concerned. Your thoughts on that as we wrap this?
We are, again, there are many aspirations that we can realize if we go about it the right way. So I think the GCC, already a lot of the software development, etc., is happening, which is linked to semiconductors. And semiconductor is the next big issue. I think there again, I don't know how we can do semiconductors without FDI. Has to be a major player in there. There's a lot of very good indigenous technology, but it's the collaboration. So, why are you ruling out collaboration? And that is why major objection. They will offer foreign investors, or not foreign investors, foreign firms have something to offer, especially in the area of technology, and we have. Now, the world is fast changing. And, take, for example, I don't know if you've seen the latest news on AI, that China has developed an AI product which is open source. So, it really, I guess, my plea on whatever the issue is, recognize dunya badal gayi hai. And the same rules do not apply. And this is the same for every country. So we need to incorporate ourselves, especially with our Viksit Bharat dream, which is realizable, that we cannot do it with business as usual. We cannot, impossible.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
And I think that's the perfect note to end this, which is that it cannot be business as usual if we really are looking to make transformative change. Thank you so much, Dr. Sujit
Thank you.
Bhalla. Thank you, sir. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सुरजीत भल्ला सर, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, बात करने के लिए। गौरी द्विवेदी, आपका भी बहुत शुक्रिया। और 2047 में कैसे विकसित भारत बने, इसको लेकर के एक विज़न भी रखा सुरजीत सर ने। आने वाले वक्त में बजट भी है, उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेकर के कैसे और बेहतर काम किया जा सकता है, इसका जिक्र भी सर ने किया है। और हज़ारों लेख के माध्यम से, तमाम किताबों के माध्यम से सुरजीत भल्ला सर ने अपनी राय रखी है देश के सामने। और एक बार फिर से उन्होंने ये बताया कि कैसे अगर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बेहतर किया जाए, अगर देश को आगे ले जाना है और विकसित करना है, या 5वें नंबर की हमारी जो इकोनॉमी है उसको 4थे नंबर पर, 3रे नंबर पर लाना है, तो और ज़्यादा काम करने की ज़रूरत है और बेहतर काम करने की ज़रूरत है। अब से चंद मिनट बाद हम अगले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, बस कुछ ही सेकेंड में, और आगे बातचीत करेंगे तमाम और मेहमानों से, और ये जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर और कैसे इस कनेक्टिविटी को बेहतर किया जा सके, कैसे और विकसित भारत की दिशा में काम किया जा सके। और हम अगला जो हमारा विषय है वो यही है, द फ्यूचर ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। और इसी पर बात करने के लिए मैं अपने सहयोगी सुजीत रॉय को आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं, और जो मेरे साथ पैनलिस्ट हैं उनके बारे में भी आपका परिचय करा दूं। अभिषेक प्रकाश हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे, सेक्रेटरी हैं इन्वेस्ट यूपी एंड इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट। इसके अलावा पीयूष दोषी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, को फाउंडर हैं फाउंडेशन फॉर इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट। साथ ही जैन सिंह सर जुड़ रहे हैं हमारे साथ, प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नीति आयोग। इसके साथ ही बरहव डांगे साहब जुड़ रहे हैं, पब्लिक पॉलिसी एक्सपर्ट ऑन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सस्टेनेबल मोबिलिटी एंड ग्रीन एनर्जी। साथ ही थोड़ी देर में संतोष मेहरोत्रा साहब भी जुड़ेंगे जो कि इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप सबका, कृपया मंच पर आएं और इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाएं।
Thank you, Anjeet.
Thank you very much to all my esteemed panelists for taking the time out and joining me today. We're taking off on a conversation which is core to today's summit. We're talking about multimodal connectivity and the future of infrastructure, and all of this, how it all ties up to boost inclusive growth and India's ambitions of becoming a developed nation by 2047. I'll begin this discussion with a question to Mr. Prakash. First, Mr. Prakash, thank you very much for joining us, for taking the time out. He's joining us from Lucknow. My first question to you is, we have seen the launch of PM Gati Shakti, which is really the master plan for promoting multimodal connectivity in India. How has this proportionally impacted industrial growth in your state?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And then my thanks for allowing me to join through this online mode. So as we are all aware that National Master Plan PM Gati Shakti is a key component and a very useful tool to plan things, to execute and implement things with a interdepartmental, different departments coordination, and then coordination between state government as well as government of India. So UP has been one of the front leading states, and we have achieved more than 70 layers. There are different layers. These are well known. These are layers of infrastructure. They are be them physical infrastructure or the social infrastructure. And in the state now we are doing planning work through this tool, which is the National Master Plan, as well as implementation and monitoring of these projects. So I'd like to give a couple of examples in which it has been very helpful for achieving timely completion of infrastructure. So these integrated manufacturing and logistic clusters, IMLC in UP, there are at 3 places. One is Bamrauli in Barabanki, which is in the central part of the state. One is in Sultanpur, again the eastern part, and one is in Gazipur, again the eastern part. So we have completed these manufacturing and logistic clusters within record time using this PM Gati Shakti tool. And at the same time, not only the physical infrastructure, but the social infrastructures like planning for new schools, planning for new hospitals, planning for new roads, they become very easy. Reason being that all these layers, they are integrated, and then we know that which is the optimum route to take out a road, what are the different utilities which needs to be shifted. Earlier, without this tool, different departments used to go in the field, go multiple times, and then there were issues of interdepartmental coordination also. But now with PM Gati Shakti in picture, these all things have become very smooth and very efficient.
I will from here take my question to Jayant. We have seen that in India there has been a huge spurt of investment as well as a zeal for policy movement in Uttar Pradesh. It has impacted the state's GSDP, but this is not always the case with most states. There's politics involved, there is also policy making that is involved. How do you think that policy making at the center could correct regional imbalances?
Thanks, and I'm glad you started with this state because be it infrastructure or any governance interventions, initiatives, especially more meaningful interventions would not really be possible unless we really have the onboarding of states big time. And talking about center government's intervention, whereby it can act as a more robust enabler for developments at the state. Of course, a lot of it, this has to do with the capex in the critical sectors, especially in projects which have long gestation. So starting with the roads, the intervention in roads, where we've had investments going up to almost 2,70,000 crores, and in the railways, where every year, last 2 years, the capex has been in excess of 2.6 lakh crores. So the big ticket investments where interventions are required in terms of large capex, that is coming from the state. That is one. The second intervention, of course, that Abhishek has mentioned from a more grassroots perspective is that of Gati Shakti. Now today it sounds very intuitive that whatever interventions we make, in whatever mode, be it shipping, power utilities or railways or roadways. There should be a planning, a complementarity to it all. But until we had this Gati Shakti platform and the requisite directives, we did not have that in place. So in that sense, states and the center has been an enabler as far as the policy is concerned, and the result is for all to see. Another way we can really, the central government can really impact is this, that, the states have a very state-specific outlook, but there are a lot of these overlaps. For example, NCR, if you see, it overlaps Haryana, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, right? 3 states are. So there has to be a more cluster-based, a more zonal kind of planning, a mega plan, be it in logistics, be it in transport, be it in utility, or even industrial development.
Right.
So that coordination, the central government can be a big enabler.
Absolutely. I'll take the same question to you, Mr. Doshi and Mr. Dange. Do you see that mega infrastructure projects, the likes that we're seeing in Uttar Pradesh, could they actually correct historical regional imbalances? Whoever wants to take it first.
Yeah. So if we think about development of any region, right, there are 3 main conditions which you need to meet. First one is that you need to have basic law and order. If law and order is not there, no matter what kind of infrastructure project you put in place, it won't help. But the second thing is having the connectivity, which is what we are today talking about. This is what brings the products in and takes the product out. If you do not have connectivity, people don't want to come and stay there, and goods definitely cannot come at the low cost. The third part is the broader social infrastructure, including power and some of the other utilities, schools, hospitals, etc., right? So if I were to think of these 3 as the pillars, assuming that in underdeveloped parts of our country as well, we have now largely got law and order under control, I would say building this large-scale infrastructure, connecting these parts of the country to the rest of the country, to the ports, through large airports to the rest of the world, is actually the most important thing we can do to leapfrog in industrial development in these parts.
Absolutely. Would you like to come in here?
Absolutely. There is hardly any doubt that the, multimodal integrated planning, as Jayant said and other fellow panelists said, any integrated multimodal planning is always helpful. But as you see, for example, if you compare Gurgaon and Noida, the biggest takeaway Gurgaon always had was the proximity to the airport. Right. And the whole growth which we have seen in Gurgaon in last, say, probably 20, 25 years has been phenomenal. But at the same time, Gurgaon, everybody who goes to Gurgaon, no matter whether he likes to go or prefers to go, he has to go. Everybody we talk about the challenges we face in transport, challenges we face in, reaching to Gurgaon, coming out of Gurgaon, and, all other kind of utilities and other infrastructure in Gurgaon. If you compare, for example, Greater Noida, Yamuna Development Authority, this region has been lagging in those kind of advantage. But with an integrated planning, which probably Jaywar has done, and followed by the expressway and, all kind of connectivity, as Piyush has been mentioning about, conventionally civilizations have always grown around connectivity. So connectivity is, of course, there is absolutely no challenge. That is the, no second thought that it's the driving force for any growth that ultimately will matter. But parallelly, we also need to look at connectivity in a holistic matter. Probably we are still doing the patchwork in our infrastructure. So wherever there are challenges, we will either expand our road, create a parallel road, or create a railway line. But for example, RRTS, which has been recently operational for the Delhi NCR, we are still catching up. We are still trying to, fill in the gaps. But probably Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, where the laying the infrastructure is comparatively easier, since the growth is about to happen there. But this entire infrastructure and transport planning can lead the growth. in those cities. So I think that's where the PM Gati programs like PM Gati Shakti can be very helpful.
Right. Before I go to Dr. Mehrotra, I think Mr.
I
Jain
just
Singh wants to
wanted
come in. Yes.
supplement what Vaibhav, the point Vaibhav made, and sir, you made about the social infrastructure part. You know, there is more to it, and I'm glad we are having this kind of a discourse here. You see, state industrial development corporations are nothing new. We've had them in the past also. So they've been doing that land parceling, providing some basic infrastructure. But over a period of time, you know, for want of a better word, they became something like, you know, rent-seeking institutions. Now, if you really want to leverage the manufacturing or whatever services sector and develop these kind of clusters, we have to look at the other dimensions of governance where states, and more than perhaps the state governments, the urban local bodies and the, you know, the decentralized institutions have a vital role to play. Law and order, solid waste management, education, accommodation. And I'm glad when Abhishek mentioned that they're planning schools, they're planning residential accommodation, because this becomes a major driver. And what about intra-city mobility? This is something we have to think of. And unfortunately, hitherto, whenever we talk about intra-city mobility, we've been talking about mobility of personnel, of people. But what about delivery of goods? I mean, I live in Chanakyapuri, and even a small, the chota hathi, that's a small tempo traveler, half the time in the day it cannot enter that area. Now, if we have these kind of restrictions and we don't have the kind of requisite infrastructure in place, perhaps we are lagging somewhere. So, looking at these industrial zones or clusters more bottoms up than top down is very, very important. So democratic decentralization, especially in terms of financial decentralization, coupled with capacity building at the local level. Abhi kya ho raha hai ki you have officers of 4 or 5 years of seniority in the IA, suddenly they find themselves as municipal commissioners. Now, urban governance, urban management is far more complicated, complex, and requires a tremendous amount of managerial dexterity, administrative acumen, and some technical knowledge to manage. So these are the areas perhaps we need to work a little more, especially at the state level. Thank you.
I will come back to you on the question of decentralization, but first I'll go to Dr. Mehrotra. You know, the proof of the pie is in its eating. In a country like India, there are various macroeconomic numbers that we need to look at to understand whether actually this massive constant focus by the government on infrastructure is paying dividends or not. So you've written extensively about ruralization of the economy and job sector. Do you think that the constant focus that this government has on infrastructure, on modern infrastructure, will correct that in any way?
It's one step in the process. It's needed. No one is denying that there is need for infrastructure. We are a very infrastructure-short country. And UP, of all states of India which have very low levels of per capita income and very low levels of infrastructure, obviously needs more infrastructure. There's just no getting away from that. However, I think what has been emphasized, I mean, there's been some emphasis so far, but I think more needs to be said a little bit. One, on governance. The term used was law and order. I think the term law and order does really sort of is too much of a euphemism. We have to understand that UP has very specific kinds of problems, and which is what has prevented industry from investing. Foreign investment has not entered. There is massive outflow of domestic capital. By domestic, I mean UP capital. The credit deposit ratio is very, very negative. You know, all the deposit that come into UP or Bihar, the money goes out. It goes to Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra. Right. So you want the opposite. That's point one. Point two, I think, is I'm glad you mentioned the fact that there's been massive ruralization. By massive ruralization in the last 4 years, what I've written about is the following: that because non-farm jobs have not been growing in urban areas, therefore millions have gone back to agriculture. This is particularly true in Bihar, UP, Rajasthan, the Hindi heartland. So how are we going to pull workers out? Now, very importantly, it was mentioned cluster development. So how are we going to do this cluster development? Please try and understand, in UP, there are about 300 clusters. You know, you don't just have Jewar, and you don't want to build yet another Greater Noida. You built Noida, You've got Greater Noida, now you want to build sort of a multimodal transport network around Jewar. Fair enough, but you see, the state has only limited resources. How are you going to utilize those limited resources? Now, the term social infrastructure was used. I have great difficulty with that. Again, you are using the term infrastructure. What you need is human beings. You don't have the right people in the right place. You have to attract them with the right level of education and the right level of skills. In UP, you don't have that. So the building a school or the health center merely means that the middle class professional who moves into that multimodal center or an industry will have will for their bacha have a school, and for the children have a hospital. That's not the point. The point is first ensuring that you've created this infrastructure. Now you want industry to be attracted to it, investment to come there, and the human beings to come there. That means, are you skilling the people? Are your young people getting educated? This is absolutely critical. Are you providing the housing? Because why is he going to leave the rural areas and come to a woebegone place suddenly in the middle of nowhere?
Right.
Because look, I travel on the expressways of UP. They seem to be, to me, honestly, you go for 1 kilometer, you can see 2 cars or 1 bus. I mean, these are expressways to nowhere. So what I'm saying is that you have to focus on the very clusters that he was talking about.
Right.
What clusters? Moradabad mein hai, Khurja mein hai, Aligarh mein hai. Aap samajh rahe hain?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Before I come to you, Jayant, I'll take a question to Mr. Prakash. We heard Mr. Surjit Bhalla speak about it. We're hearing Dr. Mehrotra also. What has been the impact of infrastructure projects like Jewar Airport or the Yamuna Expressway in attracting foreign investment?
Okay. See, there is a very old concept of economic growth centers and economic poles, and I think no one can deny that these acts as centrifugal points and then they dissipate other centers. A major point relating to the state of UP is that UP is also the largest agrarian state in the country. It has the highest population base and at the same time the most fertile land. So the approach of the state is not only to pull out people from agriculture and put them into manufacturing. Our approach is to take all these sectors together to make agriculture more productive and at the same time increase the income of the farmers, to add values to their product, and at the same time to promote manufacturing, service sector, all these traditional sectors as we call it in the economy. So taking the example of Jewar Airport, as we are all aware that the trial landing has been done successfully and it will be operational very soon. So it is going to add as a major booster for the state's economy. So few important pillars I would like to mention. One is it will boost the connectivity and accessibility. And let's not forget, UP has a natural challenge that it's a landlocked state. It's unlike Tamil Nadu or a couple of speakers were speaking about the kind of cheap and the easy movement of goods which happens when you are connected to the ports directly. So the second important pillar which this is going to help is industrial development and economic zones. So as state, what we are planning is through development, industrial development corporation, is to plan dedicated parks over there, be them the medical park, be them the toy park, be they the electronic manufacturing clusters in this area. Third is real estate and urbanization. It is really important to provide the proper civic amenities to our citizens as well, and not only to those who are living there and working there, but also to the students who are coming there. So the point of skilling and higher education comes. But I like to again emphasize that no one can go for skilling or a higher education unless he has done his basic schooling, which is important to be provided in the entire stretch of the state. Fourth is thrust to tourism and hospitality, and we are getting major investments in all these sectors. Fifth and very important is to reskill our people, to upgrade their skill, and at the same time to join the new workforces, to take them to the newer heights of skill. So in this approach, what we are all these 5 pillars we are working, and then there are bigger companies, there are MNCs, there are other Indian-based companies and UP-based companies also who have shown their interest and they have come. And very importantly put up is that UP is one of the states which has got, in the last so many years, one of the least FDI in the country. And that is the precise reason that as a state we have come up with a dedicated FDI and FCI and Fortune 500 companies promotional policy, and UP is the only state in the country to have a dedicated policy support for these kind of companies. And as on date, more than 40 companies have shown their interest under this policy. One more important point I would like to add over there is the traditional craft which were based in UP, and the way the state has promoted them is ODOP, one district, one product. So it was last 7-8 years this scheme was started in the state, and then Government of India has also now taken it forward and implemented across the country. And this is a real booster to the local economies as well. So UP has got traditional crafts, for example, brass manufacturing in Muradabad. Firozabad is the glass manufacturing. If you go to Bhadoi, the carpets are there. So all the different, the 75 districts have got their own traditional important crafts. So which we are skilling them, upskilling them, and providing them with the technology so that they can compete in the market growth.
Right. Thank you for that, Mr. Prakash. I'll come to you, Jayant. We were talking about the massive public spending, which we know has to be complemented with private investment, especially if the social infrastructure has also to be built. What has been your experience? What are you seeing on the ground?
Okay, first of all, I think I quite agree with Dr. Santosh Mehrotra. We need to perhaps rephrase the term social infrastructure with human capital development or human resource development, because the softer side is critical. You, as Abhishek also pointed out, the fifth, perhaps the fundamental pillar for attracting FDIs or investment has to be the availability of human capital. Law and order, of course, the other dimensions of governance, be it law and order or provision of utilities, even connectivity, warehousing, housing, would be absolutely inconsequential, will be of no consequence if you don't have the requisite human capital. And to that extent, I think, and this is unfortunately, this thing takes time. Honestly, if you're training a set of people to do something mechanically may take a few years, but training a set of people to actually think and then create and add value intellectually requires a generational shift. So for that, I think a lot of investments and thought has to go into education and health, which are the two perhaps most fundamental, building blocks of a society and of a strong nation. So I think I'm glad. I just hope Abhishek takes this with as much of seriousness as Dr. Mehrotra has been talking about. And therefore, coming to your question, I mean, whether need for private capital. Now, I just want to flip this argument and say, okay, if I am an investor, what is it that I'm looking for? Be it a domestic private investor or an FDI or foreign capital, what is it that I'm looking for? First and foremost is certainty. Nobody likes any, uncertainties. As it is, we are living in, for want of what we call the VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. And here, if we don't have certainty of sorts, it creates problems. So certainty is number one requirement. And then second, you need to have policy. Now, designing, I mean, see, as a public policy professional, I'm speaking here, it's not only that there has to be, the policy loop has to be completed. It has to be designed with due consideration, understanding what is going to be its impact, what are going to be the intended, unintended consequences. It has to be an iterative process. It has to be spelled out and articulated very beautifully so that the people at the lowest rung of implementation, they understand the spirit and they know that they are adequately empowered to implement it. And then you have to have constant feedback loop, etc. So the entire cycle has to go in. Just by propounding something and having these, you invest yahan ka summit, invest wahan ka summit, and signing MOUs won't actually, rightly so, it's not translating into anything tangible, anything concrete. You show me the agreement signed, don't show me the MOUs.
Right.
So this is where perhaps when you getting good policy design with proper execution schedule, timeline, monitoring, evaluation, everything has to go hand in hand. And for all that, the biggest requirement is state capacity. Your people, your institutions that are there who are entrusted with this responsibility, they have to be capable. They should be able to understand the sector. They should be able to understand what the investors want. whether those needs would be fulfilled, whether we have the right kind of policies in place, and very, very importantly, all the policies, all the programs, all the schemes that are undergoing right now, please do not reinvent the wheel. Let's take them to their conclusion with iterations. No need to start everything anew.
We're completely running out of time, but I'll take off from what you were saying, Jayant, and I'll take it to all the remaining three panelists here, as well as to Mr. Prakash, if he wants to come in. That is, whatever Jayant has been saying requires massive political will. India historically has had problems with implementation. Have policies not been in place? Yes, they've had different names in different regimes, but we've had policies. Do you think that problem correcting itself as India hurtles towards the deadlines that they've set for 2047?
No, absolutely. I think the biggest takeaway in last few years in the infrastructure sector has been the pace of implementation. So whether it is, today we are discussing about Yamuna Development Authority and how do we, or rather I believe that with the infrastructure growth that has happened in last 5 years in the Yamuna, Greater Noida sector, it has a potential to become a kind of a growth engine for entire North India. So the biggest takeaway in last 10 years in the infrastructure has been the pace of implementation. And as you rightly said that there have been policies, there have been good intentions and objective to build the good infrastructure, but biggest challenge has been to the pace of implementation. We have seen, roads completing in 7 years, 10 years, bridges building for 17 years, 15 years. From there, today we have reached to a level where expressways are being built in 500 days, our RRTS kind of infrastructure is being built in less than 5 years. Our metros are implemented almost 800 kilometers a year expansion. Or the airport, for example, Jewar Airport first landing of the flight has been in a phenomenal time. Right. So I think nobody will deny the fact that the biggest takeaway has been the implementation of infrastructure, but that also comes from the basic focus on the infrastructure, because ultimately today we are talking about bringing investment in this region because there is a better infrastructure. You are able to offer good infrastructure for people and goods to move, create that corridor for movement. I think then the whole process, of course there are no second thoughts on what Mr. Mehrotra has said or all other panelists have said. You need a human capital, you need all other other support systems, but unless there is a connectivity, nothing else will start. The ball starts rolling after connectivity.
Correct. The essence of what you're saying is also that we've seen massive initiative being taken at the center. How does it percolate to parts of India which belong to a different political ideology altogether? Because that is where will lie India becoming a developed nation. I'll take that question to you, sir.
I think, I see the current approach is the right one, that you have to build critical mass in a few places, which is what we are doing. So I think, if let's say there is a choice, right, that should we double down on Noida, right, and say that make Noida the Shenzhen of India. I think absolutely. We need to get to a scale rather than create 20 places which are subscale and are not globally competitive. We should just focus on creating 2 places which are globally competitive. How many people know that actually Shenzhen alone accounts for 40% of China's exports? So it is the big economic growth engine behind which you create the surplus. If a Noida becomes a truly world-class electronics manufacturing destination, we will have our own Shenzhen. It will generate the revenue surplus for the government to then go and invest in 5 other locations in UP and then 25 other locations in UP. If we start on day one by saying, let's try and put a little bit, because thoda sa hi paisa hai, let's try and distribute between 25 places, we will be subscale everywhere. So let's go for complete solution in a few places, solve them perfectly, and then use that to build upon other areas. That would be my suggestion. Right.
Dr. Mehrotra, will you come in on this? Because this, do you think, will actually correct the historical regional imbalances we've seen? Because, again, we go back to the same thing, which is a few states will see the kind of zeal and drive that we're seeing in Uttar Pradesh. Every time Bill Gates comes, he goes...
Ma'am, we are talking about Western UP. What we are wanting to do is to convert Western UP into a Punjab or a Maharashtra. It doesn't happen like that. There has to be a certain holistic way of going about this. The state has very significant resources, and the amount of money that's needed for cluster development that, you know, the Niti Aayog advisor and I have been talking about actually are very minimal. Point 1, point 2, there is a significant amount of money that the Ministry of MSME is putting into cluster development. Cluster development was the way forward that China adopted for generating the jobs in rural and nearby areas. You have to pull these workers out of agriculture. You've now thrust them back into agriculture. You've got to pull them out. You know, spending all your money in 2 or 3 locations is going to generate a few jobs in the formal economy, not pull all these millions of workers out. So the point is, if you skill them in these 200, 300 clusters that exist in UP, and which doesn't cost too much money, you involve the industry there, they will put up the money, government comes in with a little bit, and voila, you have it. You have the solution. So do not assume that, you know, putting all your eggs into first Noida, then you will wait for Greater Noida to develop, then now you are going to wait for Jewar to develop. There are 500, 300 other locations where you can put in small amounts of money which will spark into many more jobs and much more economic activity.
Mr. Prakash, before we end, I would like you to just come in to what Dr. Mehrotra is saying. The policy focus on just Western Uttar Pradesh vis-a-vis what is happening in the rest of your state, as if you could just come in there.
So I'll just give you 4 facts in 4 different sectors which will answer the question what you're asking and what Mr. Malhotra and what Jain sir has been saying. UP has now 16 operational domestic airports. So it is not only in Western UP, more than half of them is in Central and Eastern UP. UP has at present 4 international airports. None of them is in Western UP, let me tell you. None of them is in Western UP. Lucknow, Varanasi, Kushinagar, Ayodhya. 5th, which is going to come up, Jewar is going to be the 5th international airport of UP. UP has got the highest length of expressways. More than 2 of them are in the eastern and the Bundelkhand region. One connects Lucknow to Bihar border, 341 kilometers, that is the Purvanchal Expressway, and the other connects Lucknow, not exactly Lucknow, but the central part of UP, the Bundelkhand Expressway, to the Bundelkhand region. Only 2 expressways are in the Western UP, and the 4th, which is coming up, which is going to be operational soon, one of the largest, almost 600 kilometers, is the Ganga Expressway, which is going to connect eastern part of UP with the western part of UP. So the state has got a very balanced approach to develop infrastructure in all the corners, as well as to promote skilling and manufacturing in all the districts. But centers of excellence are very important, and Noida is indeed a center of excellence which is globally competitive, and the thrust is there to make it the best in the country as well as to make it one of the best in the entire world.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Prakash, for your time. Thank you to all my panelists. Well, I'm itching to go to Jayant and ask him about his views on cluster development in the rest of the country, apart from Uttar Pradesh, from his vantage point at Niti Aayog, but I think we'll have to do it outside this panel because we've completely run out of time. But thank you very much to all my panelists for taking the time out. It was a pleasure talking to you. Over to Anjeet.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अभिषेक प्रकाश जी, वैभव डांगी जी, जैन सिंह जी, संतोष मेहरोत्रा जी और पीयूष दोषी जी हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। तो शानदार बातचीत में आगे का विज़न कैसे तय हो, इस पर एक शानदार चर्चा भी हुई और इस सेशन को आगे की तरफ बढ़ाते हैं। और अगला जो सेशन है हमारा, अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहा हूँ सोनल मिश्रा जी को, जो हमारे बीच में है। और सोनल मिश्रा जी वाइट पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मैं उन्हें मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सोनल मिश्रा जी, कृपया मंच पर आएं और वाइट पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me present some of the views on taking off of Noida International Airport and making it as a future transit and integrated multimodal hub. So the way I have structured this small presentation is to first discuss about what is the need for the second airport in the Delhi NCR region. What are the reasons behind it? What are the rich hinterland and the industrial development that is happening in this region? What are the multimodal connectivity plans and how integrating the industrial development along with the airport and the transport hub creates a full package for an integrated transit hub at the airport? What are the other key requirements that will attract the key customers for an airport, that is airlines? And finally, once we achieve all this, what is the overall multiplier impact that we are expected to achieve in the region? So to start with, as we know, the traffic at IGI airport at Delhi is increasing at 7%. It is already handling around 73 million passengers per annum, and the capacity of this airport is expected to be around 100 million. So therefore, from a prudent planning perspective, it is important to think about the next airport because there is a capacity constraint at the existing airport. Hence, therefore, the planning for the next airport came up. But more importantly, this airport should not be seen even in the short term as an airport which will handle the spillover traffic from the IGI airport. As you can see in one of the graphs over here, this airport already has its own, if we look at the hinterland that the IGI airport captures, around 10 to 15% of that hinterland comes from the regions which are captive to the Noida International Airport. So even to start with, this airport is self-sufficient to handle its own set of traffic and to take it further once the existing airport takes off. Furthermore, if we think about the cargo, the air cargo potential, majority of the air cargo based industries are lying in this region, and there are future initiatives that are being planned which will further bolster the air cargo growth at this airport. Talking about looking more into the hinterland of the Noida International Airport, while in terms of the captive hinterland, we see places, regions of Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, part of Delhi, NCR, those Rajasthan, those anyways are some of the regions which this airport is directly expected to cater to. While there is a secondary hinterland as well, taking into account the states of Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, to some other regions as well, like Uttarakhand. In terms of the existing industries that this region is catering, electronics, automobiles, these are one of the major clusters which are already existing, and there are future plans for augmentation of these clusters. There are also plans for next set of industries, especially MRO, and I'll speak more on this in a couple of slides later on, and other industries like textile, leather, ready-made garments, etc. And especially with the government's policy of one district, one product, development of such industries in the region is expected to further bolster the air cargo movement for this airport. While some of the panelists also expressed their views about the cluster-led development versus an integrated development, I am also of the opinion that yes, there has to be a balance between the cluster-led development as well as an integrated development approach. And I think Jewar is a good example of this. While there are a lot of industries that are being planned in different clusters, equally important emphasis has also been laid out for an integrated development in terms of industrial parks, and that's with that vision the Yamuna Expressway Industrial Development Authority was set up, which has a coverage of around 2,700 square kilometers across 6 districts. There have been plans for major industrial projects and industrial parks with specializations like the medical devices park, the data center park, electronic manufacturing clusters, etc. And the good part is that all of them, or majority of these clusters, or the ecosystem that will come up here, has a high dependence for airborne cargo. So we talked about the industrial parks development that has been planned and the cluster-led development. All of these are further facilitated by an integrated multimodal logistics hub. So now much has been talked about the importance of multimodal connectivity with a lot of emphasis on connecting the regions. Why it is more important is, at least from the industrial development perspective, is that a multimodal connectivity not only creates the linkages in terms of the industrial value chain, because of course everything cannot come at a region in one go. It will take time, but till that time it is the multimodal connectivity which leads or helps to connect the backward and the forward linkages of an industrial value chain. And not only the industrial value chain, the transportation value chain, the backward and the forward linkage for that is also being supported by such type of connection. So there are already some of the existing projects which we all know about, like Yamuna Expressway, Eastern and Western Peripheral Expressway, etc. There are other projects which are in the various stages of planning or implementation or development, including the airport, the Noida airport connectivity to the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, Haryana orbital rail corridor, the DFC connectivity to the Noida International Airport, Faridabad, Greater Noida connection, and moreover the RRTS road, Ghaziabad, Jewar RRTS corridor, to name few of them. So as I said initially before I started the presentation, for an airport, the most important customers for an airport are the airlines. So while we are talking about the basic ingredients in terms of the passenger potential, in terms of the industrial growth, in terms of the multimodal connectivity which will allow the cargo movement to happen at the airport, but most importantly it is the airlines. If the airlines are not there at the airport, none of this makes sense. So therefore we have to think, when we are talking about attractiveness of an airport, we need to think from the customer's perspective. So while, yes, till now what I talked about was the basic ingredients for those customers, there are further more considerations for airlines. Fuel cost, one of the most important cost element, which covers around 35 to 50% of the overall operating cost, depending upon case to case. The presence of a competitive fuel cost becomes very important. And in that case, especially by the VAT reduction on ATF being reduced to only 1% as compared to 25% at the competing airport by UP government, that's the first right step in this direction. The second is about the sustainability. So there is something called as a CORSIA regulations, carbon offsetting reduction scheme for international aviation. So the CORSIA regulations have two stages. First was in 2023, I think, and the next is 2027. So there are countries which adopted the CORSIA regulations wherein the air transport and the airlines have to mandatorily make the sustainable aviation fuel as part of the ATF that they are procuring. In India, the CORSIA regulations will come in 2027. So once these regulations are there, and India is signatory to the CORSIA regulations, once these regulations will come in India, the requirement for sustainable aviation fuel will shoot up. Hence, the airport, especially greenfield airports such as Noida International Airports, there the planning has to be focused on along with the fuel farms, how a complete sustainable aviation fuel package can be provided, and can we make Chevar Airport as a SAF hub for the airlines. Coming on to the MRO part, so when an airline, when we talk about transit hub, let me take a step back. Till now, if we see the complete geography, between the major transit routes is from east to west. India is almost at the center of this transit route. But still, in spite of being so very much geographically located at an advantageous position, India has never been able to achieve a hub status. If we see about Singapore or Dubai, which are the major hubs, or if we talk about the Western Hemisphere, we see Belgium, or we see Amsterdam or Heathrow as major hub between the Europe traffic or the Middle East traffic, Europe traffic, and the US-based traffic. The main reason for establishment of hubs is that it is the captive airlines which creates hubs. So till now, we didn't had a captive airlines. So now with the augmentation of Air India, along with Indigo also coming up as one of the major players, airline players on a global stage, the situation is changing. And hence, in order to attract airlines to make this airport as their main hub, it has to be a larger infrastructure, especially focusing on the MRO, and there are other aspects as well, which I'll cover later on, which will be very important. And of course, we talked about the passenger movement and the importance of the multimodal connectivity. So therefore, certain proactive measures would be very important if the Noida International Airport has to become a transit hub or the major hub for India. Definitely in terms of certain incentives that the airport, which obviously would be in discussions with some of the airlines like dedicated stands, gates, other commercial incentives, etc. Airlines MRO, as I already spoke about, or other airline staff training academies. These are some of the basic ingredients that will attract airlines to make Chevar Airport as its transit hub. Furthermore, it will also be important to also look about the customers, which are passengers like you and me. So ease of movement and ease of transit at an airport, not only for the airlines, but for customers like you and me, would be very important. And of course, sustainability, because the CORSIA regulations and creation of a sustainable aviation fuel hub will really drive the business. Once we achieve all this, why there is a focus for airports or major infrastructure or transport hubs? One of the most important reasons for that is that such major infrastructure projects have a very large multiplier impact. What it means is that, for example, if we talk about the employment multiplier, so if there is, and these are some of the statistics that are available in public domain. So if we talk about aviation in India, what it has been witnessed is that every single person which is directly employed by an airport creates another 18 supporting jobs in the larger ecosystem. So there is a 18x employment multiplier. Likewise, if we talk about the economic multiplier, every 1 rupee of direct economic output from an airport creates roughly around 8.5 rupees in the larger ecosystem, which involves indirect, induced, and tourism catalytic multipliers. I'll not talk about each and every number when we talk about applying the same multiplier impact on in the perspective of Chevar Airport, but just the larger number, the cumulative economic output in the next 5 to 10 years is expected to be around $10 billion. with the employment potential, overall employment potential of around 1.4 million, which will not only be created within the airport, but also in the airport adjacencies like ground handling, fuel farm, airlines academies, and then there will be induced employments like the industries that will come in. Those industries will be dependent on that airport. And furthermore, when you create the overall infrastructure, transport and a trade infrastructure, it also results in the tourism catalytic, which is the largest one. And that's where those numbers comes in. So I'll thank you for your time, for patiently listening to me. Thank you very much.
नहीं अब नहीं, पहले क्यों नहीं आते बता दे।
तो सोनल मिश्रा सर, एक बार फिर से आपको मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं। सोनल मिश्रा सर, एक बार फिर से आप मंच पर आइए, पार्टनर पीडब्ल्यूसी और एनडीटीवी से विष्णु सोम जी।
Come. Wonderful presentation. Thank you very much for sort of explaining to us how this is all part of a larger system. When we talk about nodes, when we talk about hubs, it is all-encompassing. But just a couple of basic questions going into your presentation for a larger audience. Within a finite period of time, by which I mean, let us say about 10 years, given the expectations of Noida International Airport and the hub that it creates around it, do you expect Noida International Airport to be the National Capital Region's primary airport, as opposed to Indira Gandhi International Airport, which would have reached capacity?
See, what I do feel is...
Just put the mic closer to your face.
Yeah. Is it better? Yeah, thank you. See, what I do feel is that Noida Airport, it's the overall planning of this airport that has been done. It has been done to take into account that this will become not only India's transit airport, but also one of the major transit airports in Asia. So whether that will happen in...
Just hold it like this.
Yeah. So whether that will happen in next 5 to 10 years, yes, the journey will definitely start. But in next 10 to 15 years, definitely this will be one of the most important transit hubs in not only India, but also in Asia.
A lot of what you have spoken about is premised on the success of our airlines. We have the largest orders in the world between Indigo and Air India, but there are delays in delivery. There are delays in testing, for example, of Boeing 777 aircraft for Air India. There are delays in refurbishment. We have extremely volatile aviation turbine fuel costs. Airlines keep complaining about ground handling costs being larger than more significant than what they should be. We've seen a history of airlines failing, unfortunately, in India as well. Are you concerned about the viability of the aviation sector given these problems, which are facts, which have happened?
See, let me give some statistics to you. See, today, I'm just talking from my memory. There is around 0.1 person per capita which still patronizes the aviation industry. If we talk comparatively with the Indian Railways, it is carrying around 15 crore people per day.
Right.
Even if we take 10% of that, that traffic, which is the AC, 2AC, first AC traffic, it works out to be around 1.5 crores.
Right.
Per day. And what's our traffic? Around 350 million pax. So we have not even touched the surface of the market potential that we have. Yes, there have been airlines which were not successful, but then there are equally new airlines which have come up. And the good part is that there are no state incentives that are currently provided to any airlines. It's purely a market-driven. And in market, players come in and players go. But I'm very much optimistic about the aviation sector.
The creation of hubs depends on the reputation of airlines, the connectivity options which they do offer. Air India has got incredible plans in terms of new routes, new aircraft, new destinations. Indigo is also looking increasingly outward as well. Do you seriously believe that in a finite period of time, India can be a hub in the same way as, let us say, Qatar is or Dubai is?
See, if we talk about Air India and the type of routes and connectivity it already patronizes, it has a lot of grandfather rights as well. Yes. In the Indian aviation sector. And now with the merger of different airlines like Vistara, Air Asia, and now, so Air India Group is becoming, Air India as an airline is becoming more and more stronger. And that is one of the most important ingredients, in my opinion, to become a captive airlines. Initially, and especially now it is a private airline, so there is all incentive to act as a hub airline for India. Yes, there is state support which is provided to airlines of the Middle East. So it might take a couple of years more to succeed in India, but I think the goal and end objective is very clear.
Wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much. Fascinating report. Come,
Thank
please.
You. Thank you.
Come, please. All right, what we'd like to now do is look at the Noida International Airport and beyond, look at India's logistics and aviation ecosystem. Christoph Schnellmann is the man for that. He's with us. Thanks very much, Christoph, for being with us. Thanks. Come. And I promise you, by the end of this session, you will know everything about Noida International Airport. And I won't wait for Christoph to remind me that it's not Jewar International Airport, it's Noida International Airport. It just happens to be located in Jewar. I've had an opportunity of actually visiting the airport. A large part of it is done. There's a lot more which is going to happen. But in a very finite period of time, we'll see civilian flights as well. But it is an incredibly large project, and we are just in phase 1 now. It's all on, like your airport, Christoph. So first up, basic information. When do you expect the first commercial flights to start operating?
Very good afternoon, Vishnu. Thank you for having me. Thank you to NDTV and the Yamuna Expressway Authority for the invitation today. And thank you, Sono, for the very comprehensive and concise introduction to the airport. I'm almost unsure what I can possibly add.
No, you'll add a lot more, rest assured.
I've heard about the airport already. Yeah, where do we stand? Where are we? As you said, I think we're on. So 2025 will certainly be the year in which we start to see commercial flight operations traveling to and from Noida International Airport. We, and when I say we, I represent Zurich Airport Limited here in India. Zurich Airport Limited won the bid at the end of 2019 to design, build, and now to operate for 40 years a new international airport in Delhi's national capital region in Western UP. And it's hard to believe it's been just 5 short years from that date, 5 years and 10 days to be exact, from the award of the bid to the first flight landing and taking off, the Indigo A320, landing at the airport on our runway on December 9th last year. And for us now, you know, we're on the home stretch. So it's about construction activities continuing. It's about concluding infrastructure work, especially within the passenger terminal. We're on track with the various authorities to conclude the licensing process, so materials submitted for the aerodrome licensing, at work with the security regulator to secure the licenses that we need to operate. The airports authority are at work completing the configuration of their equipment, the installation of their equipment in the tower and elsewhere across the airport. So, I mean, I could go on, but the next few months are really the time when all these many mosaic parts and bits and pieces that we've been working on with many partners over the past few years now come together.
In simple terms, can you explain to us the scale of the project in terms of the manpower deployed, how you've got literally thousands of people working constantly day and night?
It's an incredibly, I think, impressive project in terms of scale, and I think we try to do justice to the potential that we're convinced the airport will bring to the region, and we've heard many of the eminent panelists earlier today speak on this. We have had in these 5 years well over 1 lakh people involved in this project, working on this project. Of course, from government agencies, state government agencies at the forefront, the Yamuna Expressway Authority, the central government agencies, and of course, over the past 2.5 years, through our EPC contractor, through Tata Projects, at any given point in time, 7,000 or 8,000 workers busy on site.
When I came across the other day to the airport, the point that you repeatedly mentioned, and your officers with you, is that everything is premised on safety first. And I think as we talk about airports and we talk about the economic benefits, I think it's important to talk and reflect on the process of construction itself. Safety and the culture of safety in a project which is as important as this is absolutely critical.
I couldn't have said it better, and thank you. Thank you for raising that point. Safety is absolutely fundamental to aviation, and in anything we do, we don't want to compromise on safety. And I'm very pleased that in Tata Projects we found a partner, an EPC contractor that shares these values, and working together over the past 2.5, 3 years, we've been able to deliver this project and deliver the infrastructure with today over 54 million safe man hours at site. And that's, I'm very pleased that we were able to set this culture and set this tone early on in the airport, and that's something that we're committed to carrying forward through the operational phase.
So you're starting with one terminal, right, Christoph? And then you're ultimately, assuming the project grows in the way that we've outlined, how many terminals could we potentially have, let us say, a decade down? And how many runways?
I think one of the things that is truly unique about this project, and here credit goes to the Yamuna Expressway Authority and to the state of UP, in the way that the Noida airport has been planned as an integral node in a much larger transportation network, and as a key element in the urban development of this part of the national capital region. And we saw a slide earlier that showed just what the ambitions are and how much land has been allotted to the long-term development of the airport in the decades ahead. We've received 1,300 hectares of land back in 2021 that we're at work now developing. The state is in the process of acquiring a further 1,300 to the north and is planning to acquire even more land to the south. And with that, over, not today or tomorrow, not in the next 5 or 10 years, but in the decades ahead, there's a plan in place, and there's the opportunity here to really develop Noida International Airport into one of the largest airports in the world. We are, and coming back to your original question, absolutely. Rome wasn't built today. It wasn't built in a day, and our airport, equally of this scale, will not be built in one day. We've built a single runway, a 4,000-meter runway. We're at work on one passenger terminal, and of course all the ancillary facilities that require. When we open later this year, we'll have a capacity for at least 12 million passengers.
One runway now, obviously both ends, but ultimately could we see this airport have up to 4 runways? I'm talking about assuming it achieves its potential.
So in our master plan, in the 1,300 hectares that we have, we've provided for 2 parallel runways with a degree of separation that allows for independent flight operations. Yes, the land that for the long-term development has been allotted will certainly allow for more, but equally important as the runway are the remaining facilities or the transportation facilities, is the road network, is the rail network that will allow passengers to commute to and from the airport, the terminal infrastructure and other facilities.
So without a doubt, one of the largest airports in the world, potentially even the largest depending on the number of people who end up going, right? In the future, that's the potential we're looking at.
No, I think
you're being cautious.
What I can commit to is that I think, as I said earlier, one of the really unique things about this airport and distinguishing features is that we have the possibility, and the state has committed to making the land available to develop the airport to a scope and to a size that you just outlined. Absolutely.
What would the airport look like? The first terminal that's coming up.
The airport will look like, the airport has been designed to offer what we hope will be a superior passenger experience. And the design that we've adopted and the architecture that we've adopted, I'm sure will create a very warm and welcoming experience for our passengers. We've been very deliberate in trying to adopt some of this rich architectural heritage that we see in North India, in Western Uttar Pradesh in particular. We've seen that in the use of materials that we've selected. We've seen that in some of the architectural elements. Maybe two examples I can call out is the large forecourt that we've planned directly in front of the passenger terminal. So we'll see steps that are somehow inspired by the Ghats of a number of the towns in the region, as well as elsewhere in Uttar Pradesh. The security hold area, the large space that will be available for passengers to circulate and to wait, will offer a large open courtyard, which again inspired by the architecture we encounter in many of the Havelis in the region. The food and beverage offering, the retail offering, again, it's going to be a world-class airport, but very much at home in North India, at home in UP, and the offering for passengers that's available will be a testament to that.
We were talking about this earlier on, and it remains a concern for me personally as somebody who lives in South Delhi. How do I get to the airport? Because I have an office now, which is between Noida and Greater Noida. I live in Saket. It takes me 1 hour plus, just about 1 hour, a little bit more than that, to get to office. And at about 1 p.m. in the afternoon, or 2 p.m. in the afternoon, it's about 1 hour away from where my office is, which is between Noida and Greater Noida. So I guess a lot of people who live in South Delhi would be saying, good heavens, it's so far away, how am I going to manage? What's your answer to that?
My answer to that is some of the information that we saw earlier and some of the information that was displayed on the screen. And to the credit of the Yamuna Authority, to the credit of the state, I think the overall traffic planning and connectivity planning for the airport has been impeccable. The airport is located just 600 meters from the Yamuna Expressway, so that will be of course, for many passengers, or for all passengers on day one, will be the main conduit to the airport. From the Yamuna Expressway, from the interchange that's now been completed, we're looking at 25 minutes to Greater Noida, 45 minutes to Noida. We've seen earlier the large catchment, the large parts of the National Capital Region that will be served by the airport. We've seen also the many additional connectivity plans that are in place, the RRTS rail connectivity, the high-speed rail connectivity that will, as the airport develops and as this traffic network develops, will serve the passengers of the region.
When would that come up? For example, a direct link I noticed to Gurgaon, which is on a different axis. A potential fast train service to Sarai Kale Khan, so that, I mean, ideally a passenger like me, potential passenger, would like to drive just up till there, check in over there, get onto the train, and get to your airport. How soon before this? Because it involves land acquisition as well.
It's so these connectivity projects in these developments. These are much more than just ideas or thoughts or dotted lines on a piece of paper. So the main interchange from the Yamuna Expressway to the airport that will connect then the expressway 600 meters to the airport boundary, that is part of a much larger 33 kilometer expressway project that will connect the Noida airport with the Delhi-Mumbai expressway, and will bring southern Gurgaon as well to within about an hour's drive of Noida airport. The plans for the RRTS, which will connect the airports with Ghaziabad, with Delhi. Again, these are much more than ideas, but there's a lot of planning work going on. There's funding that's been committed, and the next few years we'll see the start as well as the conclusion of these projects.
What is the potential of the region, Western Uttar Pradesh itself? We've spoken about the NCR, but I suspect that there is a large captive group available, potential passengers in places like Meerut, in places like Mathura, who have been underserved typically. Do you believe that they would be substantive in terms of numbers of passengers adding to your airport?
I think some of the eminent speakers and panelists who were up on stage before me today are probably much better qualified and spoke much more eloquently about the potential for the region. But we certainly are convinced that potential is there, both in the NCR catchment as well as some of the towns further south that you've mentioned. Just to call out a few points, which is maybe first of all the touristic potential of the region. The Noida airport will be the largest major airport close to towns such as Mathura. It'll be from the airports, the Taj Mahal is a 2-hour drive. So with Noida airports operationally, the Taj Mahal becomes potentially a day trip from anywhere within India. So the airport will certainly help trigger and stimulate the touristic potential further of a region that's already very rich in potential and touristic resources. Then we've seen and heard earlier today about the great deal of development, the clusters, the incentives in place to further development, what's already a very strong and burgeoning manufacturing cluster in and around Noida and a greater Noida. We've been speaking now quite a bit about passenger growth and passenger development, but I think one of the other things that we're very excited about is the potential for cargo. And we've again identified a world-class partner with AI SATS, developing a multimodal cargo facility over 80 acres or more, which will serve the manufacturing cluster of the region, will help serve the agricultural potential of the region, help bring down the cost of transport, bring down travel times to and from the greater Noida area.
And a final question to you. It's obviously not just Zurich Airports that's involved in this project. There are the Tatas, there's the state government, there are different entities. How difficult or how easy has it been for you to coordinate with different agencies who obviously want a certain goal, but might have their own ideas of how to get there?
This project, the Noida International Airport, has been a public-private partnership, I think, in the true sense of the word, in letter as well as in spirit. Yes, of course, it's a complex project. The success of any airport anywhere in the world requires the successful interplay, the successful cooperation of many individual parties, public agencies, public party, as well as private ones. And I think that's our main role as the airport concessionaire and the partner is to coordinate, first of all, to select a number of the key private partners with which we'll be operating the airport, and then to coordinate these activities. Certainly, we have discussions, we have disagreements on various fronts, but I think bottom line here is really that we all want the same thing. The state's partners, the private partners, we all want to see, we're all eager to see this airport take shape and start up operations as quickly as possible.
And Christoph, is it true that you're migrating to India once the airport is done?
I mean, India has been home for me for over the past 4 years for myself and my family, so I'm very much at home here. And of course, see myself not just as working to deliver this project, but we look forward to operating the airport for many years ahead.
Congratulations. It's an awesome project, and the responsibilities that you personally have, along with the team that you lead, really does help in the India development story. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you so much.
अब आइए इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और सबसे पहले मैं मंच पर बुला रहा हूं अपनी सहयोगी गौरी द्विवेदी को मंच पर आइए और साथ ही जो हमारे आज के खास मेहमान हैं उनको भी बुलाते हैं। हमारे मेहमान हैं मनोज गौर जी, गौरसन से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर, कृपया मंच पर आइए। शैलेंद्र सिंह जी हैं, ओएसडी हैं यमुना विकास प्राधिकरण के, आप भी सर मंच पर आइए। दीक्षु कुकरेजा जी हैं, अर्बन प्लानर एंड मैनेजिंग प्रिंसिपल। सीपी कुकरेजा जी आर्किटेक्ट हैं, आप भी सर मंच पर आइए। साथ ही अंशुमन मैगजीन चेयरमैन एंड सीईओ सीबीआरई इंडिया एंड सीईए, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
We have a lot of ground to cover. We have a lot of specific issues to address, and after those very important and interesting fireside conversations, it's time to talk about real estate sector. Real estate, what I understand, is a derivative industry. It responds to growth stimuli, and I think one of the biggest growth stimuli that one can have are these big ticket infrastructure projects, how they impact the market sentiment and demand. That's essentially what this conversation is all about. Given the paucity of time, I request all of you to try and keep your answers a little short so that we try and cover as much ground as possible. But let me start by let me first get in Mr. Bansal as well. Yeah. We try and first talk about and identify why is it, or how much of a boost does big ticket projects like expressways, like airports really have on creating that real estate demand? Because as I said, real estate as a sector responds to external stimuli, and these big ticket investments, big ticket projects provide that. And I'll take that question across the panel. Again, a request, we'll try and keep it short so we cover as much ground as possible. How important are these external big ticket investment projects in really creating that kind of real estate demand that we are looking for?
How brief do you want me to be? A monosyllable, or shall I go further than that?
No. We'll cover ground, but that doesn't mean I will not let you make your point.
No, sure. So I think it's, we all know and realize and appreciate and marvel at the fact that India is a developing story, and one of the fastest developing that we can see anywhere on the planet. And how it's fast developing is because there is this hunger for growth, there's a huge potential, and infrastructure is a key to that development. And needless to say, projects like ports, airports, expressways, they are the backbone of any infrastructure growth for a developing nation. And when that happens, like we've just heard the CEO of Noida International Airport speak about, it has to spur real estate. Because unless you have these kind of infrastructural projects happening, you cannot see the growth in terms of manufacturing. In fact, what he just mentioned about AI SATs, that entire manufacturing base that's coming up. Incidentally, I, as an architect, am developing that project for AI SATs, and I can see the way the management there is looking at creating it as truly a world-class project. So I think real estate is bent to expand, spur, develop because of these kind of big-ticket projects that are coming up, and these big-ticket projects are absolutely imperative for our country to march forward.
Mr. Gaur?
Thank you. I think this is not only the story of India, it's anywhere in the world. We have seen where these type of infrastructure projects like airport, expressway, metro rail, then the urbanization, industrialization is the story of that area. We have seen the China, we have seen the US, Europe, everywhere. Now it's a need of our also there. India is going to developing to develop. As our Prime Minister has set the goal to India become a developed nation. These type of projects definitely help in boosting the urbanization of the area. Secondly, urbanization is a need of the hour. Currently, we are sitting around 20-25% of total urbanization policy, and it's going to be 50 to 60%. So these type projects definitely help the region, or especially if we talk about the this airport of Yamuna Express, Noida International Airport. I think there is a huge potential in that area. And one of the largest land bank Noida Yamuna Authority has. I think पूरी इंडिया में किसी के पास इतना बड़ा land bank नहीं है जो इतने बड़े large projects को जो है वो handle कर सके. तो I think ये जो चीज़ें वहाँ पर आने वाले 5 से 10 साल के अंदर जो चीज़ें planned हैं, ये अपने आप में एक नया शहर जो है वो बन के निकलने वाला है. Great potential, and thanks to the Yamuna Development Authority and the UP government to bring such large and high-tech projects and development in that area. And real estate is definitely जो है co-binding with this.
जी, शैलेंद्र जी.
हाँ, नमस्ते मैम. मैं थोड़ा 4-5 पॉइंटों में अपनी बात को कंक्लूड करूँगा.
जी.
बेसिकली यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे की बात करने का सेंस पूरा नोएडा को कवर करते हुए है, और 76 में नोएडा, 91 में ग्रेटर नोएडा और 24 अप्रैल 2001 में यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे अथॉरिटी इस्टेब्लिश हुई. हमारे पास करंट में 1149 गांव और लगभग 3 लाख हेक्टेयर एरिया है, जैसा कि गौर सर ने बताया। और हम 6 जिले में मेरा विस्तार है मैम। तो 2041 का मास्टर प्लान मेरा 17 अक्टूबर को अप्रूव्ड हो चुका है और भारी लैंड बैंक हमारे पास है। पॉलिसीज भी हम लोग मतलब किसान के फेवर में ही ला रहे हैं, जिससे कि हम अपने रियल इस्टेट के इम्प्रूवमेंट के लिए जल्दी से जल्दी लैंड दे सकें और क्लियर लैंड रहे और कोर्ट के लिटिगेशन से बच सके। ये फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी है। जहाँ तक सेकंड नंबर पे है कनेक्टिविटी को लेके, तो हमारा केवल यमुना एक्सप्रेस ही 5 बड़े एक्सप्रेसवे से किसी न किसी रूप में इंक्लूड है और अभी हम नेशनल हाईवे ने काम करना शुरू कर दिया है। यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे को हम लोग ईस्टर्न पेरीफेरल से मुश्किल से 10 महीने के अंदर जोड़ लेंगे। करंट में काम चल रहा है। आगे हम लखनऊ एक्सप्रेसवे, बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे और बुलंदशहर के माध्यम से हम उसको गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से भी जोड़ लेंगे। अभी आपने पहले क्रॉस किया था हमसे पहले, तो हमारा RRTS जो सराय काले खां से है वो गाजियाबाद के रूट को लेते हुए लगभग हो गया है। शेष हाई स्पीड ट्रेन और मेट्रो अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है और जल्दी उस पर भी रिजल्ट आ जाएंगे। तो कनेक्टिविटी को लेके हम काफ़ी साउंड है। और चोला जो रेलवे स्टेशन है बल्लभगढ़ के माध्यम से 20 मिनट में हम इंक्लूड हो सकेंगे एयरपोर्ट से। और साथ साथ जो है भारतीय रेल भी एक इंटरनल वो लेके आ रही है, फर्स्ट टाइम इंडिया में हो रहा है, जिसको कि हम एयरपोर्ट से जोड़ लेंगे चोला से। और डेडिकेटेड फेयर कॉरिडोर, फ्रेट कॉरिडोर भी हमसे जुड़ा हुआ है। तो जितनी इंडस्ट्रीज वहाँ लगभग 2800 से लेके 3000 इंडस्ट्रीज करंट में हमारे अलाटमेंट में है। तो इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी जितना भी होगी ट्रेन रूट से हम बेस्ट मतलब इंडिया भर में उसका प्रॉपर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कर सकेंगे और काफ़ी अच्छा ये जाएगा। हमारे यहाँ फिल्म सिटी, इसके साथ मेडिकल डिवाइस जो 4 राज्यों में हम लोग अभी फर्स्ट पे चल रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा मतलब MSME क्लस्टर हेरिटेज को लेके बहुत सारा वो हुआ है। और अप्रैल पार्क में लगभग 3 लाख लोगों की नीड है। तो हम लोग प्रॉपर उस पर भी ध्यान दे रहे हैं, जिससे कि मतलब जो है जल्दी से जल्दी हम मतलब इन सेक्टरों को डेवलप करके वो कर सकें। मेरा एक अलग से रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि हम प्रॉपर एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स जब खराब होता है तो सब तरह की गतिविधि हमारे यहाँ रुक जाती है। तो उस पर भी हमको NGT के मानक पे भी ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है, इस पे ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। एक बात जो सबसे अलग मैं बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि यूपी का बेहतरीन लैंड ऑर्डर इस बीच काफ़ी इन चीज़ों को इम्प्रूव करने में सफल रहा है। और इसी के साथ जो इन्वेस्टर समिट में हम लोगों की तरफ लगाव है, अभी 350 प्लाट हम लोग बायर्स के लिए लेके आए थे, जिसमें 2,06,000 लोगों का वहाँ पे 2,06,000 फॉर्म आए और 1,67,000 मैम वन टाइम पे उन्होंने मतलब पे करने को कहा किया। तो इसका मतलब अट्रैक्शन हमारे यहाँ इस
डिमांड बहुत है इस वक्त। एंड
और मेरा ये है कि जैसे विभिन्न अथॉरिटियाँ हमारे उसमें हैं, मथुरा वृंदावन है, अलीगढ़ है और इसके साथ बुलंदशहर खोजा है, नोएडा की तीनों इंडस्ट्रियल अथॉरिटियाँ हैं। तो हमारा आपस में प्रॉपर कोऑर्डिनेशन भी है। अब बिल्डर्स, बायर्स और अथॉरिटीज़ मिल के बेस्ट फैसिलिटी देंगे तो वो रियल इस्टेट के लिए वहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा रहेगा और हम लोग उस पर काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
जी जी yes,
your question was the mega projects.
My question was actually the external stimuli
yeah.
that allows real estate to develop.
So that's extremely important. As you know, India is a country which will see, has been seeing the largest migration from rural to urban areas. And this will continue for many years. If we do not have such external stimuli or these large projects, they are catalysts for all the infrastructure development. For example, you look at the airport, is it special economic zones, industrial parks. The moment they come in, there's a metro, your transportation improves, water, electricity, sewage, everything comes up. We have to build, in fact, if you look at China and us, one of the biggest disadvantage India has, that we have only few cities which are large. In China, and that's the closest comparison, the number of cities they have, which have population of 5 million plus, are maybe several times more than India. So we have to do this. We are still far behind. And like I mentioned, they are anchors for all the development. for our population to be accommodated. Otherwise, can you imagine if we didn't have, if you look at NCR, if we didn't, or even if you look at Bangalore, Mumbai, all the other small towns and cities which have come up has been able to accommodate the population and the migration from rural to urban areas. And can you imagine if that was not the case, what would happen to our cities? Our cities are already choked. So I hope we can accelerate all these mega projects so that we can accommodate, we can really have cities which are modern, have ease of living, and can accommodate the huge millions of people which are continuously migrating from rural to major cities, but hopefully now they'll be migrating from rural to even the tier 2, tier 3 towns.
Yes, Pansaji?
रियल एस्टेट ऑफ कोर्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का इस पर बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव पड़ता है. अगर आप देखें पहले हमारे कंट्री में प्रोजेक्ट्स आते थे, बाद में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आता था, एंड दिस इज़ द बेस्ट वे कि अब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स पहले आएंगे, उसके बाद रियल एस्टेट प्रोजेक्ट्स आएंगे. आप इसको दिल्ली के एग्जांपल से देखें तो दिल्ली में 3 एरियाज ऐसे थे जो डीडीए ने पहले डेवलप किए, लाइक नरेला, रोहिणी एंड द्वारका. तीनों ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर टाइप में लॉन्च किए गए, बट क्योंकि द्वारका के साथ एयरपोर्ट है, द्वारका के साथ मेट्रो कनेक्टिविटी थी, तो नरेला और रोहिणी और द्वारका की डेवलपमेंट में काफ़ी फ़र्क आया. नॉट ओनली द डेवलपमेंट बट आल्सो द प्रोफाइल ऑफ द कस्टमर. इफ़ यू सी द कस्टमर ऑफ resident of Narela and Rohini, Dwarka is much better. So infrastructure plays a big role, and ये अच्छा है कि infrastructure पहले आए. I will say infrastructure is a soul, projects are body. अगर आपने projects बना दिए, soul नहीं है, तो there is no logic. तो यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे में एयरपोर्ट आ रहा है और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आ रहा है, ये certainly boost करेगा, और इसमें कोई no brainer है ये कि अगर आप कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट फ्यूचर में लाएंगे तो जहाँ पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होगा वहीं डेवलपमेंट बेटर होगी, प्रोफाइल बेटर होगी, और आपका एक डिफरेंट टाइप का कैन से प्रोजेक्ट्स लगेंगे.
Whether you take the Jewar airport or that entire area, or you take the Delhi-Bombay, Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridors, these are becoming enclaves or clusters for a lot of industrial development and growth, or some would say growth engines for the economy. Is that the future of commercial real estate or industrial real estate? Or, you know, is that the future for India as well?
So, like we've been discussing, you know, these kind of large infrastructure projects become the spur of development. So it's obvious that, you know, whether it's the Jewar Airport or Delhi-Mumbai corridor or many such projects where real estate is bound to follow, because once you've created
will they become the focus areas, whether for industry or for real estate or for even people looking to migrate for better opportunities?
Sure.
Is that going to be?
They are bound to become the focus areas. But one word of caution which I would say here is that what we are describing as industrial real estate or commercial real estate, I think we have to get out of that notion, because that's a very 20th century westernized model of development, the results of which we are seeing today, leading to what we talk about climate change all the time. So I think it's very important for India, when we develop this kind of infrastructure, that the accompanying real estate models that come with it have to look at newer models of development. By that, I mean whether we are looking at transit-oriented development model, we are looking at mixed-use development, we are looking at walk-to-work concepts. These are the concepts which we need to today adopt in 21st century. Because look at places like Los Angeles and all today. What are they showing as, you know, examples of development? That was a century ago. And we've understood, or we should at least understand, take the lessons learned from where they have erred, where they have made their mistakes. So therefore, yes, what you are saying is absolutely right. These are going to become the spurs of real estate development. But my caution here would be that the model of the kind of real estate development that comes, the master plans that we develop for these areas must be through lessons that we learn, and we should be ready to embrace the newer models of development today.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Kaur?
Yeah, I fully agree that these kind of development, these kind of infrastructural project, definitely going to become the center of urbanization. Because now India is a young country, and the young people's aspiration कि मेरे को जो है जॉब से लेके अच्छा स्टैंडर्ड का मेरे को घर रहने को मिले, फैसिलिटीज़ मिले, वो सारी चीज़ें की ज़रूरत जो है अब एक जो न्यू जनरेशन है, स्पेशली द पर्सन बॉर्न आफ्टर 2000, नाउ ये ऑलरेडी जो है 25 ईयर्स क्रॉस कर चुका है। बाई द टाइम दिस प्रोजेक्ट जो है अगले 5-6 साल में, तो दे इन द मिड 30-35, तो उनकी जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, उनकी जो एस्पिरेशन है, वो इन सब प्रोजेक्ट्स के आसपास जो है वो पूरी होती है।
पर इसमें एक जो हमने सस्टेनेबिलिटी का एस्पेक्ट बोला, वो कितना इम्पोर्टेंट रहेगा इन टर्म्स ऑफ क्रिएटिंग ग्रीन infrastructure?
Prime Minister is already setting a goal of the net zero buildings. We as a CREDAI also take the oath by 2040, all buildings should be net zero. Already, especially talking about my group, all the commercial buildings are supported by the solar plant. We have putting a 15 megawatt solar plant in Jhansi already working. तो इस तरह के डेवलपमेंट, अल्टरनेट जितना भी हम एनर्जी कंज्यूम करें उतनी एनर्जी को हम जो है, तो डेवलपमेंट एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी साथ साथ हो सकती हैं। पूरे वर्ल्ड में बहुत सारे एग्जांपल है और इंडिया में भी हो सकता है। जिस तरह से रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का आप देख रहे हैं ग्रोथ जो हो रही है, तो नेट ज़ीरो नेट डिस्चार्ज ऑलरेडी वाटर मैनेजमेंट ऑलमोस्ट सभी जगह अभी इट इज़ ऑल्सो कंपल्सरी ऑल्सो। आप देखेंगे STP से जो है वाटर मैनेजमेंट होने लगा है। गार्बेज जो है ज़्यादातर जितने भी बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं वो ज़ीरो गार्बेज की तरफ आ रहे हैं, ज़ीरो वाटर डिस्चार्ज, ज़ीरो गार्बेज एंड एनर्जी के लिए ज़ीरो नेट एनर्जी। जो तो इस तरह के डेवलपमेंट भी आज जितने भी अच्छे डेवलपमेंट हो रहे हैं वो इसको टेक केयर कर रहे हैं, और आने वाले में टाइम में डेवलपमेंट एंड एनवायरनमेंट ये दोनों साथ साथ चल सकते हैं। इसके लिए खाली एनवायरनमेंट को ही प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे और डेवलपमेंट को रोक देंगे वो भी पॉसिबल नहीं है, और डेवलपमेंट होता रहे और एनवायरनमेंट को जो है हम बिल्कुल इग्नोर कर दें, तो आई थिंक दोनों चीज़ें साथ साथ जो है चल सकती हैं, और बहुत सारे नेशंस में आप इसको देखेंगे चल रही है।
जी शैलेंद्र जी।
मैम, मैंने शुरू में ही बताया था कि जैसे ही नोएडा के एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स खराब होता है, वैसे ही हम हर तरह की एक्टिविटी पे रोक लगा देते हैं। तो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट तो मेरा फर्स्ट वो है कि हम सबसे पहले मतलब उसकी तरफ ज़रूर ध्यान दें, क्योंकि हम लोग अपर जिलाधिकारी NGT कोर्ट में बहुत बार खड़े होते थे, तो उसका भी अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस है। दूसरा ये है कि हमने ज़्यादातर जो सेचुरेट एरिया है उससे अभी हमारे पास ओपन एरिया बहुत है, तो हम लोग ग्रीन बेल्ट के रूप में उसमें प्रॉपर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, और 60 मीटर का ग्रीन बेल्ट हमारा ऑलरेडी पूरा यमुना एक्सप्रेस वे पे ही है, और हम उस पर लगातार उस पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं कि जिससे कि मतलब ये चीज़ें दोबारा ना आने पावे। और चूँकि हमारे यहाँ फिनटेक सिटी और कोरियन सिटी, जापान सिटी और US सिटी, पिछली बार अरुण वीर सर बोल के भी गए थे, बता के भी गए थे कि पूरा प्रोसेस उनका क्या है, कैसे हम उनका अलॉटमेंट दे रहे हैं। तो जब हम इतनी हाईटेक सिटी लेके आ रहे हैं, इवन 2036 के ओलंपिक के लिए भी हम लोग ओलंपिक विलेज की तरफ, अरुण वीर सर जो मेरे CEO सर हैं, उनका ये मेन प्रोजेक्ट उसमें शामिल है, तो हम लोग उस टाइप से आ रहे हैं। दूसरा ये है कि मेन पर्पज़ है कि जो मेरे यहाँ आ रहे हैं उनको एक तो विदाउट किसी कोर्ट लिटिगेशन के उनको हम लैंड उपलब्ध करा सके और प्रॉपर उनको फंक्शनल करा सके। तो ज़्यादातर इस बीच हम लोग ध्यान फंक्शनल पे दे रहे हैं। लगभग 100 से ऊपर इंडस्ट्रियाँ जल्द से जल्द हमारे यहाँ फंक्शनल हो जाएंगी, और उससे जैसे ही एक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी उधर फुटफॉल भी बढ़ेगा, और मतलब वो रियल इस्टेट के लिए अच्छा रहेगा। जितने लोग आएंगे फिर उनको हाउसिंग की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, रहने की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, तो उन बढ़ेगा। अगले 10 साल में जो फ्यूचर इज हियर मेरा मेन वो है मोटो, उस पर हम लोग काफ़ी अच्छे बढ़ेंगे। जी मैम।
जी, yes, Anshuman.
You mentioned Delhi-Mumbai corridor. The fact is this corridor goes through 7 states. And because of the highway connectivity, train connectivity, each state will have special economic zones, industrial parks, manufacturing areas, residential, commercial, everything. Now imagine if this project had not come in, the impact, we couldn't have done all of this. India as a country has done really well in services exports. We are one of the largest services exporters in the world. But as a country of 1.5 billion people, we cannot we can't lift people from poverty, we can't create employment if we don't also expand in manufacturing. So one of the good things is that is slowly happening. And as you know, Government of India has got a big plan of encouraging more manufacturing to happen in India. And that cannot happen if we don't have these mega projects, the infrastructure going on. So these, even Delhi-Mumbai infrastructure corridors, there are others in all West, South India, where these projects are coming, where It will encourage manufacturing where the manufacturers can get land, because land is always a big issue. And then, of course, every state is trying to improve their policies. But policies alone won't help. You need land, easy access to land, with in right locations to do manufacturing.
I was coming to just that, which is about issues that need to be addressed on a policy framework basis. Because right now we've spoken about the opportunities that lie ahead. What about challenges? Land being one of the biggest one. Governments have tried to address it at their level, but it seems it's a political, social, many aspects to this decision, which is why it's not so easy. Mr. Bansal, let me start by asking you कि क्या वो पहली दूसरी ऐसी चुनौतियां हैं जिसको सरकार को एड्रेस करना है या करना चाहिए ताकि जो पोटेंशियल है रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर की वो और जल्दी और ज़्यादा फुलफिल हो सके?
I will reply in two parts. One part is the sustainable environment, just as we are discussing, and we have to develop our country and we have to be sustainable also. I think this is a request to the authority that we should develop the forest also along with the developments, not the garden, not the green area. If we develop forest cover also, that helps a lot in, you can say, mitigating the AQI. The Noida Authority, the Greater Noida Authority, whenever we plan some new areas, at least 10% of the area should be dedicated to the forest. That will certainly mitigate the, you can say, the AQI. And the second one is the title. The authorities in Noida, they are giving on the leasehold title. And in Delhi, it's everything is freehold. So if you also give freehold title, it will certainly boost that area to a different type of, you can say, people. No authority or no banks or no, you can say, gives loan or mortgage to the leasehold properties. So this is my request that you also think on this aspect also, that if you allot the land on freehold basis and you develop around 10% of the entire belt as a forest, not as a green belt. Forest means that the local species, that also will, you can say, help a lot in mitigating the environment challenges.
Yes. Yeah, please, बोलिए जी.
मैम, जैसे मेरा जो लैंड बैंक है, लगभग हम लोग 5,200 करोड़ के आसपास इस बार का लक्ष्य है कि हम जल्दी से जल्दी, यद्यप 10,000 करोड़ का है, जो बजट हमको ऑलरेडी दिया गया है, गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट है इस पे काफ़ी, यूपी गवर्नमेंट का, जिससे कि हम उससे कर रहे हैं. ग्रीन के विषय में और अब बताना चाहेंगे कि हमारे यहाँ सबको जानकारी भी आपके चैनल के माध्यम से हो जाएगी कि 0.5 FAR हम लोग ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स पे अलग से दे रहे हैं. तो ये भी उसके लिए काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा, जिससे कि हम कर ले जाएं. दूसरा, जहाँ तक फैसिलिटेट करने के संबंध है, तो हम लोग स्पेशली ये देख रहे हैं ना कि कोर्ट के लिटिगेशन में कितनी चीज़ें अभी तक फंसी हुई हैं. तो भविष्य में वो दोबारा न जाएं, अमिताभ कांत अच्छे से एग्जीक्यूट हो जाए, कोविड का लाभ मिल जाए, NGT का लाभ मिल जाए, उन सब चीज़ों पे ध्यान दे के हम लोग आगे काम कर रहे हैं और एक अच्छा ग्राउंड उपलब्ध कराएंगे रियल इस्टेट के लिए. ये सभी जी अथॉरिटी इस पे काफ़ी काम कर रही हैं. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के निर्देशन में हमेशा VC हो रही है, इस चीज़ पे जोर दिया जा रहा है यूपी इन्वेस्ट के थ्रू.
जी, yes. Quick challenges very quickly, then I want to get it Manoj as well.
You know, I'll talk specifically about the challenges. When we look at development, land, for instance, is one resource in India which we do have abundance on. But it is currently coming under state policy or state governance. Yeah. And that becomes a very big issue in projects which span across the country, across multiple states like we are talking. So I think somewhere we need to look at this bigger picture, that if we are looking at projects which go across states or of larger consequence for the country, land availability should be something which can be controlled by the center. Okay. That is one very important aspect. The second is that, you know...
No, but the flip side to it is then people will say that, you know, that gives center overarching powers over states, and, you know, it will go into a completely different political conversation.
So it has to have a mature solution to it, but it is a challenge. The second thing is that, you know, you announce projects, you lease out lands or you give freehold lands for projects, and then you go about doing environmental assessments.
It should be done the other way around.
It should be done.
Yes. Yes, sir.
For any real estate project, the land is the raw material. And एक चीज़ तो यमुना अथॉरिटी की बहुत बड़ी बात है कि इतनी बड़ी लैंड, लाइक एयरपोर्ट, 1300 hectares land जो है, without any big agitation, they are able to acquire. And still जो है they are able to acquire lot of large land parcel. और जितना बड़ा मैंने पहले ही बोला, लैंड का जितना नोटिफाइड एरिया यमुना अथॉरिटी के पास है, तो वो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. लैंड फर्स्ट थिंग इज लैंड, बट स्टिल चैलेंजेस आर देयर, लॉट ऑफ लिटिगेशन एंड स्पेशली द डेवलपमेंट. जो अभी डेवलपमेंट में क्या है कि केवल रोड बनाने के बाद कई बार हमने देखा है प्रोजेक्ट बन के तैयार है नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा में, लेकिन सर्विसेज वहाँ तक नहीं है. थर्ड है जो जैसे अभी बताया, नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा, यमुना अथॉरिटी, 3 अथॉरिटीज़ हैं, लेकिन तीनों अथॉरिटीज़ के बाई लॉज डिफरेंट हैं. किसी एक सब्जेक्ट को लेके तीनों अथॉरिटीज़ की अप्रोच जो है वो डिफरेंट होती है.
इंटरप्रिटेशन अलग होगी, रीडिंग अलग है. यस.
सेकेंडली वी वांट कि डेवलपमेंट के लिए प्लीज़ लीव अस फॉर द न्यू आइडियाज़, न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी. कुकरेजा जैसे एंड अंशुमन जैसे लोगों को जो है, प्रोफेशनल लोगों को जो है मास्टर प्लानिंग और बिल्डिंग के प्लानिंग में आना चाहिए. रादर एक जेई और एई बैठ के पूरे शहर के नक्शे और पूरे शहर के प्लान्स को अप्रूव करे. तो ये हमारी, यू जस्ट गिव अस ए ब्रॉड गाइडलाइंस, आप क्या चाहते हो, आप कितना ग्राउंड कवरेज चाहते हो, कितना एफएआर चाहते हो, बाकी सब कुछ आप हमारे को छोड़ दो. हम पे विश्वास करना आपको जो है गवर्नमेंट को
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड बिल्डिंग्स ऑफ टुमारो,
ट्रस्ट जो है करना पड़ेगा, जिससे कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रोफेशनल लोग आएँ. और जो हम बाहर जाके देखते हैं जिस तरह की बिल्डिंग इनोवेटिव, वहाँ देख के हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन जब यहाँ पे बाई लॉज की किताब खोलते हैं तो आप बाथरूम इससे बड़ा नहीं बना सकते, आप इसकी पार्किंग की हाइट इससे ऊपर नहीं है. तो हमारा एज ए क्रेडाई ऑल्सो, और एक अच्छी बात है गवर्नमेंट इज़ रेडी टू लिसन, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. और बहुत सारे चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, और बहुत सारे चेंजेस ऑलरेडी जो है हमारी एसोसिएशन क्रेडाई की तरफ से भी प्रपोज्ड है. होपफुली अगर वो दोनों चीज़ें कॉम्बिनेशन में काम करेंगी तो एक नया शहर हम जो है देखने को आने वाले टाइम के अंदर मिलेगा.
I just want to say
very quickly, sir. Yes.
That land is definitely the biggest, what you call, challenge, and there are 3 ways where it can become easier to develop land, because you need land not only for real estate development, you need for manufacturing, you need for making a hospital, school, whatever, right? Number 1 is urban, this infrastructure investment, which is already happening, because once you build a road and that land, so supply of land increases by infrastructure development. You can get more land for development. Number 2 is the policy we talked about, and number 3, extremely important, is digitization and the law. So if you can enforce, if you can get land with a clear title, because it's all digitized, it'll reduce litigation. Now, when we say government knows all this, it's nothing new. I'm saying that it's not that they don't know this, but it has to be implemented,
Implementation is where probably some of those challenges really lie. If you actually manage to get a land title without any ifs and buts, I think you've hit a gold mine anyway. So that, I think, just explains the challenges that lie ahead. But there's also, as this summit says, the future summit. I think the future belongs to these big ticket infrastructure where real estate will come around it and create those growth engines that we are all hoping for. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me in this conversation. And thank you all, audience, for being a patient listening. Thank you, sir. Should we click a picture?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हर्षवर्धन वंशल जी, मनोज गौर जी, शैलिन सिंह जी, दीक्षु कुकरेजा जी, अंशुमन मैगजीन जी, आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अपने विज़न को रखने के लिए. हम लंच के बहुत करीब पहुंच गए, लंच टाइम के बहुत करीब पहुंच गए हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले एक सेशन और उसके बाद फिर हम लंच पर चलेंगे. और जो हमारा अगला सेशन है वो आर्थिक तौर पर आपके समझने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि आने वाले वक्त में बजट भी है और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. तो वो आपके लिए जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है. और इसीलिए मैं एनडीटीवी से अपने सहयोगी सुचेतना रॉय को आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं मंच पर. साथ ही मैं सुभाष गर्ग सर को मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं. पूर्व वित्त सचिव हैं और साथ ही 1983 बैच के आईएएस रहे हैं, विश्व बैंक में कार्यकारी निदेशक के रूप में काम किया है, कानून और वाणिज्य की पढ़ाई कर चुके हैं. इनका सफर एक शानदार प्रशासनिक अधिकारी के तौर पर रहा है. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सुभाष गर्ग सर.
Please. Hello, all of you. Once again, I have with me Mr. Subhash Garg, a multi-hyphenated career, as my colleague Anjeet just told all of you about. We know him as is the former Finance Secretary of India. Mr. Garg, thank you very much for taking the time out. I'll begin.
Thank you very much.
I'll begin by asking you about, your latest book. And I see that you're extremely critical of targets and timelines. But I have to ask you this question that, how critical are targets regarding infrastructure for India to reach its goal of becoming a developed nation by 2047?
So thank you very much. I'm not critical about the targets.
Right. I'm
a little bit critical about the achievement of the targets. So that's very different. So this book you referred is actually an analysis of and the review and assessment of the economic reforms and the economic achievement during the 5 years of Modi 2.0. So
Right.
it is 2019 to 2024. It so happened that in certain respects, a lot of targets were achieved, but in many, they were missed also. And that is what, there may be reasons for those missing also. The most important, let me cite for the benefit of our viewers here and the listeners in the audience. The government had spoken about $10 trillion dream.
Right.
The government had also spoken about 5 trillion by 24-25. And 23-24 is very close to 24-25, only one year before. But that target was very widely missed. We started in 2018-19 when the GDP of India was $2.7 trillion. And we were to reach by 5 trillion 24-25. Unfortunately, by 23-24, 5 years later, we could reach only $3.56 trillion.
Right.
That's a very large miss compared to 5. Even this year, since there's been a lot of depreciation of rupee vis-a-vis dollar, the chances are that we will end up 24-25 at about 3.8 trillion. So we'll miss that target by a very wide margin. But there are a large number of areas, for example, payment systems, if you look at it. If you look at it, substantial achievement with respect to Jal Jeevan Mission, there were impressive achievements as well.
Right.
But in broader economic, whether you relate it to the GDP or even infrastructure development on which government spend a lot of money, there was quite a good deal of underperformance.
So what does it mean for the government's ambitious focus on creating future infrastructure projects which are large hubs? When they're missing targets like this, what does it mean for the infrastructure sector?
So if you analyze very carefully the government's infrastructure spending, government has escalated infrastructure spending on the budgetary accounts very massively in last 5 years, beginning from 2021. We have the budget for the current year, which is 11.11 trillion rupees. It used to be only about 3 trillion or so in 2021. So from that level to come to this level is a very large expansion of expenditure. But there is a corresponding, not exactly the same, but corresponding decline in the public sector infrastructure budget. For example, railways and NHAIs now are funded more from the budget and they don't raise their own resources. So actual infrastructure spending on public sector side is the aggregate of what you spend from the budget and what the public sector spend from what we call internal and extra budgetary resources, their own resources, so to say. If you combine both of them, there is, even in this 5 years of 2019 to 24, the annual increase is only 6.5%. So while you gained massively on the budgetary side, the decline brought it down substantially. The second feature, which is very important in the context of infrastructure spending of the government is that the government spends most of its budgetary infrastructure money on 4 sectors essentially. A large sum goes for the roads, the NHAIs and the other. Then again very large funding, 2.5 trillion and more, goes for the railways. Then you have defense spending, which is also very large, something in the range of 1.6, 1.7 trillion. And then the metros. For last year, 23-24 and 24-25, the government has also allocated enormous amount of expenditure budget for the loss-making entity BSNL, which actually does not really. So if you look at this, the areas where the government spending is going, you would find that the contribution to the economic growth, except roads, roads contribute massively. But all other infrastructure spending or capital spending, whichever way you like to call, they don't contribute. Defense by its very nature, it's an expenditure, not an investment. Railways have unfortunately not been able to contribute much. And the BSNL's type of investment in any case cannot bring much investment. So the quality of infrastructure spending and its economic returns have been a big cause of concern.
Right. While you're calling into question the quality of infrastructure spending, there's another thing that you mentioned, which is spending by public sector is going down. Is that because of the transfers they're making to the government in the form of dividend? Is that the reason? And also, does it now lead us to a situation of, paying to, I mean, you're actually borrowing from one only to put it in another pocket. So overall, what is the impact that this will have on growth? Because you are reducing public sector spending, yet government spending is not reaping the kind of benefits it should have.
So the dividend question, if you analyze the public sector where the dividend is coming, you would find that the old investments into power sector, the financial sector, railways to some extent, these sectors have been oil and gas sector. These investments, which were made many, many years ago, you don't make investment in those sectors now. They are contributing handsomely to the dividend side. But the infrastructure investment you make in the form of equity, whether in the departmental undertakings of railways or the commercial undertakings of like the dedicated freight corridor or the high-speed railway corporation, that investment is not yielding any return, economic return or the profitability, and consequently they don't contribute anything to the dividend pool. So dividend pool of government is actually getting increasingly restricted to the old kind of investments. And the new investment which is going is not actually contributing to the rise. So what you would see this year, something in the range of 75,000 crores or so of the dividends. Now this is where it has peaked. It will not go up. During the COVID time, there was for some years the dividend, especially from the financial undertakings like banks and the insurance companies, had fallen. That has come back. So it has resumed to the higher side, but then it's where it is peaked. Incidentally, if you look at the 2013-14 dividend, which the government had then received, this was also in the range of 60-65,000 crores. So then it went down, it's coming up, but it's not going to go up massively because of the new investment is not yielding. The other part of your question was about the borrowings, which, since we don't have revenue surplus in the country, the entire capital expenditure is in a way funded from the borrowings. And if you have a situation where the return from the financial return from the investment you make is far less than the cost of borrowing which you incur, then it puts a hole, increasing larger hole in the budget. That is why you see the item which has been increasing massively is the interest payments.
Yes.
So this year we had about 11.8 trillion rupees of the interest payment. 5 years back it was about 6 trillion or so. This year budget may take it to 13 trillion.
Right.
So the interest payments are increasing, which are squeezing your other revenue expenditure as well on whatever you call social welfare or the public goods and all. And in government finds even in its own infrastructure and the capital spending also getting increasingly squeezed.
I'll quickly draw your attention to the fact that we need a massive investment over the next few years of over $1.5 trillion to reach the targets that the government has kept for itself as far as infrastructure is concerned. Where do you think we'll be able to mobilize this kind of money? Because infrastructure spending has largely been a government spending.
So I don't know where this number of $1.5 trillion government requires comes from. I think there's some study which has been done.
Yes.
Government itself doesn't, I think, has calculated. It's very difficult to calculate how much infrastructure spending you would need. But let us take one thing from this number is that the requirement of infrastructure spending is very large. For example, railways, where we spend about 2.6, 2.7 trillion rupees every year.
Yeah.
This is, if you look at the shelf of the railways project, of only the ongoing projects, the annual allocation still is not even 3 to 4% of what is required. So railways' own requirement is very massive. So I don't think it would be ever possible for the government to raise the kind of resources which are required.
Yeah.
I think it requires two kind of big changes. One, we should increasingly make infrastructure attractive for the private investment.
Yeah.
So that the private sector can make investment there. And there are large number of policy issues there, whether you look at power sector or even the road sector. Railways is completely in the public sector. There is no private investment coming there. So one is to reassess the policy framework for the infrastructure, make a lot of infrastructure investment or sectors go to the private sector and make attractive enough for them to make investment. That's one thing which is very much required. Second thing I think is for the government to choose to do a very serious, what we call zero-based budgeting kind of exercise, that look at each project of yours. And if it is not serving the larger public purpose, it's better to sort of give those projects up to reduce your shelf of the project so that you, for example, let us take this PM Gram Sadak Yojana, which was started in 2003. It is a massively important program, which is not also very high cost. And it has made so much of contribution to connect every nook and corner of the country. That is the kind of investment which is what you require, not the kind of investment in BSNL. Today, the telecom sector is largely 95%, 96, 94, 95% already in the private sector. And is providing extremely good services. Why are we investing so much money in that loss-making and hardly service-providing organization? So if you do an exercise like this and bring down your shelf of project from today's 1.7 or 1.5 trillion dollars to 50 or 40 or 30, $300 billion, 1/5 of that, then you will be able to make those projects complete. And those projects will come on the ground, and those will also be servicing the people's felt needs much more, rather than just dumping on more and more on something which doesn't really add value.
Which you've always been speaking about, to set targets which are achievable and smaller targets.
Correct.
You know, Mr. Garg, we've completely run out of time, but it's always such a pleasure talking to you because every time we raise questions, you not only analyze the problem, but you're also giving us solutions to the problems that we have. Pleasure talking to you, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure talking to you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सुभाष गर्ग सर हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और बात करने के लिए। तो आप सभी मेहमानों को अब मैं लंच के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। उसके बाद फिर हम इस सेशन को, इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
मेरा आवाज पूरा तो अभी क्या करूं मैं? अभी टाइम है? टाइम कितना टाइम है? हाँ जी। ओके।
बस ये आ जाए एक बार फिर। नहीं ये है। अच्छा आगे हैं। हाँ ये सब चेक कर। अच्छा एनडीटीवी फ्यूचर समिट में एक बार फिर से आप सभी का स्वागत है। अब इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और हमारे अगले खास मेहमान हैं पूर्व रेल मंत्री सुरेश प्रभु, और उनसे बात करेंगे हमारे सहयोगी विष्णु सोम। मैं आपको मंच पर आमंत्रित करूंगा कि आएं और उनसे बात करें।
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. I trust you've had a wonderful lunch. Perhaps not too wonderful, so that you can stay focused and sharp for what is to come up. Suresh Prabhu is a real inspiration, somebody who, as a former railways minister, has had a real idea, a vision of what the future of the railways are. And what we are looking with him at is connectivity and commerce, unlocking India's logistics potential. Thanks, Mr. Prabhu, very much for being with us. It's always super to speak with you. We know the potential, sir, if India is able to achieve, for example, what Japan has done in getting multimodal areas where there is genuine logistics potential. But in your mind, what are some of the key infrastructure hurdles which exist?
If you talk about infrastructure, it's a very broad term. It's whether it's roads, rail, aviation, the kind of ports we need, and all of that. Logistic, in a way, is like linking all that together. So nowadays, we always talk about multimodal transport. So therefore, all these key elements of infrastructure, when they link to one another, it provides a seamless transportation of goods, and that's what we call it as a logistics. We always had a problem with logistics as one of the hindrance to realize the true potential. The cost of logistics, the time it took in terms of handling cargo was all the challenges. So I must thank the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, because he created a new department hub in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry when I was a minister in charge of that, to look at logistics. So what we did was very quickly we prepared the logistic, not just policy, because we said we already have a lot of time which has been lost, but the Government of India never had a nodal ministry to look at logistic per se. So we prepared not only just a policy but an action plan, which now is under implementation. So I think this was a major hurdle. What you asked me is a very pertinent point. People can turn around their cargo when it comes to, and there was a time when all the ports were owned by the government. There was a time when people used to take days just to get docking and then to get discharge the cargo, take away. The people had to pay damages. The shipping lines were not interested to come to India for a simple reason: it takes so much of time. So some of the transshipment should happen in port like Colombo, and then cargo is to come here. So today, luckily, this is one of the major hurdle which is being addressed and hopefully removed soon. So logistic in itself is standalone important activity which can spur business, and those who are involved in logistic business can vouch for it. That logistic is one of the key element of creating new job opportunities.
Yes.
No, watching this.
Mr. Prabhu, let me ask you this. Now, part of logistics development is road development and construction. I believe this government and Nitin Gadkari personally, the interest they've shown, the transformation of the highway network in the countries is fantastic. As rail minister, you would know better than anybody else that one of the primary routes we have is between Bombay and Mumbai. It's an overnight train. But in a short period of time, we'll be able to travel between Delhi and Mumbai in approximately 15 hours or so. So, when road connectivity is improved to this level, where it supplements train connectivity from a time standpoint, what is the potential of Delhi and Mumbai as an economic corridor?
There's already Delhi Economic Industrial Corridor, which is already under implementation. Then there was already, we created new corridors for freight corridors. Because as you know today, on the same track, the goods train also go as well as passenger train travel. And when you say passenger trains, there are different kinds of products in passenger trains. There are some premium trains like Shatabdi, Rajdhani, now Vande Bharat, when we had initiated that time. All of that is one part. But all types of trains would travel on the same track. So this was a good project. which we have started, I was reviewing it constantly when I was railway minister, was to quickly commission the freight corridor, which has already happened. So that will move up the goods train. And that will also help railways in many multiple ways, because then we'll be able to attract more cargo into the railways, which has been lost to road for a long period of time. Secondly, then the passenger trains will move faster because they will not now be constrained by the fact that at the same track some goods train is running ahead of us. So this is something which will help. So this in itself will help. In addition to that, we have already started working on semi-high-speed corridors, which are under implementation. In fact, there was one project which, when I was railway minister, had initiated. I had invited expression of interest from any company in the world which has a technology to commute or to actually use railway network at 400 kilometers plus. As you know, now the threshold of some of the Shinkansen train, the faster or TGVs in France, is something below 400. So we said, if anybody has a technology not fully developed, we would like to co-develop with you so that we'll also have the intellectual property over that technology. So we just don't have to keep paying royalty for the technology because it will be co-developed and can be used in India. So we actually had started that idea. I wish we can continue with that. And therefore, the semi-speed corridors, high-speed corridors, now with the freight corridor, which already been completed, we should be able to run trains at a much faster rate, and that will also help both for logistic because of cargo as well as for passengers' convenience.
I wanted to ask you about regional rail corridors or rail linkages, which are, in terms of size, smaller than conventional Indian railways, but still very important. For example, we've got a high-speed rail network coming up in the national capital region. We've got fast connectivity to places like Meerut. We were talking today, at this event about connectivity ultimately to the new Noida airport in Jewar. How important are these regional rail services to actually expanding our logistics, potential and our economic hub development?
So I'm very happy that now the Jewar, which is coming up just next to Delhi, when I was aviation minister, we had actually given clearances for that airport, and even land acquisition, everything was happening at that particular time. And now it will be soon, and I'm sure the planes will start flying in or landing there. So that itself is a great activity. As you correctly asked me, whenever you have an air corridor, it should be connected because people get down at the airport, they have to go somewhere, right? They're not going to stay at the airport. So therefore, the connectivity from that point to the major points of the city should also be there, which has been there in most other advanced cities of the world. So we started doing that. In Delhi airport, if you can see, there's already a metro which is going in there. There's a bus terminal which is not very far from there. So we need multimodal transport system, both for freight as well as for passenger movements. And that is what should happen. So the good part is Delhi has seen a great change in the course of last few decades. When I was the Minister of Environment in 1998 in Atalji's cabinet, we used to be always worried about, now we are even worried today, unfortunately, the air quality. So we started and we worked on that we must have metro system so that underground transport will speed up and hopefully less cars will ply on the road. Unfortunately, we completed the metro, but number has not decreased. So we have to work on some of the ideas, but absolutely right that from airport, connectivity is extremely important, which is also happening at the same time.
It's slightly off the topic, but since you are talking about cars, I must ask you, sir. Cars, they literally drive our economy. There is no two ways about it. The fact that we add the thousands of cars on the roads of a place like Delhi where there is no scope for any expansion of roads internally, there are only so many flyovers that we can build, it is a problem. Now, when we talk about rail services, air services, metro services, that's all very good, and to a certain extent, that's all clean. But how do we move over our fixation with cars to use public transportation in a proper, productive manner?
You're absolutely right. There is an urgent need to address this through public policy initiative. There are cities like Singapore where there is a high cost you have to pay to buy a car. There are some cities in the world where when you buy a car and you're going to use it in a city like, which is very highly populated and highly polluted cities, you pay very high.
Can we get the line back with Mr. Prabhu?
Who cannot even afford a two-wheeler. So it's not that every person is having 2 or 3 cars.
Right.
But there are some people who have more than 3 cars. So these are very highly, we have to discourage it. This is absolutely illogical, irresponsible, that city is choking and people are having more and more cars bringing it on the road when there is an alternate public transport available. I know we have to make it more efficient, but now you can imagine from Delhi, major city, from Connaught Place, for example, and you can go to all around Delhi through metro. So in a situation like this, public.
Apologies, there's a line issue from his end, not our end. We'll see if the technology works. Hopefully our multimodal... Oh, you're back, sir. You're back, sir. Please go ahead, Mr. Prabhu. We lost you for a second. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that we really need to put in place a proper public policy, both sides. Demand side, that means more and more people will be discouraged from creating more and more demand for cars. From supply side, in terms that probably public transport should be made so affordable, so efficient, and should be cleaner. The other part of these cars is the fuel that goes into the car. Again, going back to the time when I was Minister of Environment in 1998, we had decided to put strict controls on this, how much sulfur content should go into diesel, making of diesel. So that is something at a refinery level. So refineries were obliged to reduce the sulfur content into the fuel. Now we have to go a long way, we have come a long way from there, but still we need to put in place the kind of fuel that can be used in a place like Delhi.
No, but Mr. Prabhu, my question is this. Does any party have the political will of curtailing the number of cars which are sold on India's roads? We'll try and see if we can reach out to him once again. Sir, go ahead,
sorry,
sir.
I think the internet is not so good. So what I'm saying is, it is absolutely essential that not only we have to create a physical infrastructure, like which we are doing, but also create a public policy in place to ensure that we will be able to allow and also encourage people to move from one mode of transportation to other, to ensure that larger public good is served in terms of air quality, in terms of roads. So, as you correctly said, there's no room on the road. If more cars come in, which is the supply side issue, then automatically there will be a big problem, even if you have multiple flyovers. I think this is something which we have to seriously think about. We have to put in place proper policy regime into place.
All right, Mr. Prabhu, wonderful speaking to you. We'll wrap it up. The internet is failing us today, but thank you so much for your ideas on the future of mobility and transportation and the creation of hubs as well. So a lot of interesting ideas over there, certainly linked to the potential of the Indian Railways in creating these hubs and a lot of the policies which Mr. Prabhu himself was a part of. Thank you all very much. We'll move on now to our next session.
चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और अगला विषय है मॉडर्न इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ड्राइविंग इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ। और मैं अपने सहयोगी सुजितना रॉय को कहूंगा कि वो मंच पर आए। जो हमारे खास मेहमान हैं उनसे भी आपका परिचय करवा दें। विनय सिंह है हमारे साथ, फॉर्मर एमडी एनसीआरटीसी, बहुत स्वागत है सर, मंच पर आइए। रोबिलाल, एयरपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट एडवाइजर, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर, आप भी मंच पर आइए। मनीष शर्मा जी हैं, पार्टनर एंड लीडर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पीडब्ल्यूसी, आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर। अरुणिंद कुमार, फॉर्मर रेलवे बोर्ड चेयरमैन, आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, कृपया मंच पर आए।
Rubela Lorita. Yes. Panelists, please join me. As we move towards the final sessions of this summit, we're now going to have a very important conversation about how the government's focus on mega infrastructure finally gives us what we're all looking for, inclusive growth. And I have with me, ladies and gentlemen, 4 eminent panelists with whom I'll be talking about modern infrastructure and inclusive growth. My first question is to Mr. Vinay Singh. He is a former MD, NCRTC. You know, the key to remove regional imbalances in growth is regional connectivity. How do you see NCRTC, which is looking at revolutionizing NCR transportation, doing exactly that?
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for giving this opportunity to interact with the audience. See, there are various perspectives to the question which you asked. NCRTC is revolutionizing the regional transport in so many ways. Let us see one by one how we can see that. So number one is this concept of regional mobility or connectivity itself is new. Till now, if you see, the transport modes were quite fragmented in the NCR. First time central government and 4 state governments came together for providing an integrated solution to transport, which was very much needed. The key elements of this connectivity are interoperability. That means the 3 corridors which are part of the first phase of the project, these are interoperable.
Right.
So trains can move from one corridor to another. Passengers, they need not to change the trains at the terminal station. So practically there is no terminal station and there is a seamless movement. Number 2, very important component of this whole planning is multimodal integration. The previous session also, we were talking about multimodal integration. The true multimodal integration has been the core of RRTS, which is being done by NCRTC. And if you see, the RRTS trains will be connecting airport, both the airports. It will be connecting the railway stations. It will be connecting the bus stations. It will be connecting almost all the Delhi metro lines at one or the other stations. So there will be seamless integrated connectivity within the NCR. If you see from the perspective of air pollution and sound pollution, then these trains are electrified trains. So there is no pollution from air pollution from these trains. And these trains will be removing almost like 1 lakh private vehicles from the roads. You can imagine that what kind of reduction in the pollution will take place.
Right.
Number 2 is noise pollution. When a large number of cars or private vehicles, they travel on the roads, so there is a lot of noise pollution also. These trains will not create that kind of thing. Other than this, these electrified trains will be using the renewable energy. Almost like 60% of the energy used will be renewable energy. So not only that the pollution is not happening in Delhi, but it will not be happening at the source of the generation of energy. Financially also, the way project has been planned, it is sustainable.
Yeah.
How it is being done? Because the urban planning is a very, very integral component of this. The project itself is basically for decongesting Delhi. so that people can move from Delhi to nearby locations, 30, 40, 50, 100 kilometers, and they can travel within 1 hour to center of economic activity, which is Delhi and nearby.
Right.
So in the process, the economic activity itself will get decentralized and leading to kind of reverse migration,
Right.
which is otherwise it was happening towards Delhi. Everything was gravitating to Delhi, congesting Delhi. Now with the this project, this is going to revolutionize the way people are living in Delhi and NCR. It is not only the how they travel.
Right.
So the whole thing is going to change as it was planned 10, 15 years back.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll come to Mr. Arunendra Kumar on this. You know, at the very core of railway system in any country has been to ensure seamless regional connectivity. But we were discussing the same issue with Mr. Subhash Garg a few sessions before, and budget after budget we've seen how investment into mega railway projects, which we'd seen previously, dedicated freight corridor or even the rapid rail projects, they've been deprioritized as far as allocation of budget is concerned. What do you think should be done to pull railway back into the center of what we call multimodal connectivity?
Railway is the, thank you first very much for inviting me. Railway is at the heart core of India's transportation network. And to promote, because of the Indian Railway Act, the state involvement, this RRTS concept has come up. The dedicated freight corridor is already running as much as 800 trains per day on the western corridor from the ports, which has decongested the sector from Delhi to Mumbai. Similarly, there is decongestion in Laba division, where you find that trains are now much more punctual. So with these rise of freight corridors, the rise of RRTS-like things, or the metro, the passenger generation is happening at different locations. And they want to transfer from one place to another, whether it's cargo or whether it's a passenger. And there, this multimodal concept is coming up, in which it has been decided by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Cabinet that we must create multimodal hubs. The stations should be such that they should have connectivity as far as passenger is concerned for everything. And as far as cargo is concerned, these container depots should have everything. So these things are going to come, and we expect that the budget shall have greater focus on this kind of connectivity, both for passengers as well as for cargo. And Indian Railways shall always remain at the heart. And more freight corridors, whether it is the way it has come up or in some other form, it is very much essential. What we need is a corridor. It may be a freight corridor, it may be a passenger corridor. We have a high-speed passenger corridor coming up. RRTS is a passenger corridor. We have a freight corridor. Whenever you have a corridor, the trains move faster because they are of the same type. There's homogeneous running. Today, we run trains, everything is on the same track. Passenger train, freight train. It's like, you know, you go in Chandni Chowk and everybody is following each other. Ikka bhi hai, pedal bhi hai. So you can't have speed. So speed you want, you have to have a corridor. And when it is corridor, then you decide whether it's freight corridor or a passenger corridor. Similarly for airports, you have to connect people to the airports. You have to have trains there. And here one suggestion is, when we have connectivity for airport, when we design a city, kindly leave some place for a railway line or railway station, because later on, railway will be required and the cost becomes prohibitive. It's prohibitive. If you need a new line, it is not so expensive for the land is concerned or the construction is concerned. But when you become, let's say Delhi Metro was initially planned when Delhi City was there, if some land was left out, may not be thinkable at that stage, but for all the new hubs that are coming, like Yamuna Expressway Authority or Greater Noida, we leave some patch of land which is very efficient as far as railway usage of land is concerned, so that multimodal can take can really be realized. Otherwise, the expense is so much that you get bogged down in that and nothing comes out. Thank you.
I'll come to Manish on this. Since the morning, the various conversations that we've heard, we have continuously spoken about how multimodal connectivity, I know you'll say it's an oft misused phrase, it has transformed rural economies. What role do you think that the private sector in India can play in accelerating this transformation?
See, private sector play, or which is often referred to as
pure play private investment or public-private partnerships, will have to be looked at in a wholesome framework. It cannot be a panacea for everything. It's not the holy grail. What we have seen is that wherever there is a maturity in the sector, where the revenue of the sector and there is a willingness to pay for the services, private sector, private participation models have picked up. Take the example of roads in India. For the last 30 years, we have seen PPP models taking off, and we have revisited those models whenever there has been a stress in the sector. But we have made sure that public-private participation happens effectively. Same is true for airports, where we have seen PPP take off. Likewise in energy sector as well. But when it comes to probably something which is touching the lives of people much more closely, whether it is distribution of energy in a city, whether it is water-related distribution activities, we have seen PPP being at the margins.
Right.
And the reason for that is purely because of the kind of risks which private sector is unwilling to take in today's environment. There is a willingness to pay risk, there is a billing risk, there is a collection risk. Okay, infrastructure within the city is not mapped adequately, so there are challenges around saying where do I rehabilitate, how much cost do I incur in rehabilitating. These are the kind of risks that somebody will need to spend time on. And that's where the word keeps coming to the table, project preparation.
Yeah.
If you prepare your projects well, greenfield projects relatively easy to prepare well. Brownfield, where you're trying to rehabilitate, expand infrastructure, difficult, requires a lot of groundwork.
Right.
Okay, so whether it is rural areas, whether it is urban areas, the story remains the same.
Right. I'll come to Mr. Lal. You know, we began today's summit with a conversation with the Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu. He mentioned how the vision for multimodal connectivity has been, as far as air travel is concerned as well, as far as civil aviation is concerned, is from Hawai Chappal to Hawai Jahaj. In that, my question to you is, how have policies such as UDAN panned out in democratizing air travel among the various regions of India, especially the backward ones?
The UDAN that I know of, I've never really used it extensively, has been very effective.
Right.
So, but not to all the airports. Therefore, when currently the ministry talks about another 200 to 250 airports in the next, till 2047, then there's a requirement for regional studies that have to be done. And when I say regional studies of airports, as we discussed in the morning and we heard so much, and even right now, it's not just the airport. Nobody goes to go take a look at an airport unless you're a guy who works there. But the thing to do is all the other infrastructure that comes in. The roads, the rails, the water supply, power, and if people are coming in, schools, hospitals, the whole thing. And today, we're coming up in locations which already have this. So even if you look at Jewar, which is going to be a really big facility, all right, the traffic that's going to come there is from that rail. But then, as we come to these other airports, even Purandur in Chennai,
right.
It's 75 kilometers or thereabouts in Kanchipuram, beyond Kanchipuram, in fact, it's in that district, 75 kilometers. So there rail comes in, because this is what's going to happen at Jewar. Narita serves Tokyo, is 60 kilometers from the city. High-speed trains, regular trains, buses, a whole range of services. And all these will have to be looked at to come up with it. And a lot of it's going to be through PPP. As Manish just pointed out, PPP is going to be important for this very, very large. By the way, and the other thing, and I in fact put it down, what is meant by long-term economic gains? There has not, I'm not aware of any studies done in India as to what is long-term economic gains for rural areas.
I'll just come to that point. Yes, I had a few questions around that. I'll come to you, Mr. Singh. We're talking about PPP. How has been your experience as far as private partnership is concerned when we talk about NCRTC?
Okay. So, NCRTC per se is a government organization. It is a joint venture of central government and the 4 state governments. But at the policy level, we were very much conscious that we have
just hold your mic a little closer.
we have to have a lot of participation by the private sector. The metro rail policy itself, it says that we have to prioritize operation and maintenance of metro rails. See, RRTS is governed by metro rail policy because this is a new mode of transport which comes within the metro rail policy and metro act. So there was a very clear vision from the day one which we created that will bring in a private operator for operation of this system. For the first time in the country, NCRTC introduced a private operator, a Doshpan, for maintenance and operation of trains. So even the systems like signaling, track were handed over to DB for maintenance. This is something which was otherwise is the railway feels that it is a very, very sensitive system not to be given to the private players. But we did this. It is happening all across the world. Europe, practically all railway systems are being maintained by a private sector. Civil aviation.
Yeah.
The planes are being maintained by private sector, so which are very sensitive equipment. So we introduced that, and as the last mile connectivity and multimodal level, integration level, also we brought in a lot of private sector initiatives. We had JV with the Rapido. We had some other private operators which are now providing their services for the last mile connectivity. We brought in some private sector innovations for the construction techniques and for monitoring the project also. So practically almost in all areas of project implementation and operation and maintenance, we could bring in private sector involvement, which is very, very essential because government should work as regulator rather than as implementer. And within that regulatory policy, we went ahead and brought in a lot of private sector involvement and participation in implementation.
Right. I'll come to you, Arunindraji. We are talking about, we just mentioned, Mr. Lal just mentioned the Noida International Airport, and there was a conversation with the CEO there, Mr. Schnellman, a while back, where the question that my colleague kept asking is last mile connectivity. You know, on a good day, even from Noida, it will take anybody anywhere between 1 hour and 1.5 hours to get to the new Noida airport. Do you think that while planning this project, as Manish was mentioning, they should have perhaps, the policymakers should have made Indian Railway an integral part of this entire project?
I know you become wiser after the event. That this should have happened. Like Delhi Metro should have been laid when Delhi City was announced in 27, something of that sort. No, that's right. The project of Jewar Airport is very well known. It's 70 kilometers from here. Anybody going that side must have good connectivity. To date, T3 connectivity has developed well by metro and by taxi, by roads. But it will take some time as the reports are at least 10 years for RRTS to come up to connect Jewar, so you have to rely on the road. Roads are essential for growth. There's no two opinion about it. But for long time, continuous, you need rail. So I've been mentioning and insisting always that whenever you design any big connectivity project, leave some space for railways. Railways will need a land much less than a runway if you have to really go through.
Yeah.
And 2 tracks, one going up and one going down. You see, Bombay, the metro, the suburban in Bombay was designed in 1854. It is continuing. The Bombay is running because it was, when Bombay was set up, metro was set up at the same time. So we must leave, and it's then very cheap.
Yes.
That to lay a line is 20 crores a kilometer. When you come to RRTS type of thing, it becomes 150 crore a kilometer. The situation demands you have to have tunnels, you have to have, everything is on the pillars, so it's expensive. And then you have to work out a reverse model. Look here, I want money, so I must develop city, suburban charge and other charges. The railway cannot earn from railway. You have to earn from the land. So this kind of things have been, everything becomes together. The whole thing is then that you railways at the receiving end, there is no connectivity, very poor, no last mile. It was not there. You can't develop last mile on the last day.
Right.
So you have to have a plan very much in the beginning. Whichever airport needs it today, tomorrow, and day after, high-speed connectivity as Narita Airport or any airport for that matter has, it has to have, because you can't be having taxis and parking lots all over.
Right. Before I come to you on what structural changes need to be done as solutions to this, I'll move to Manish. We're talking inclusive growth, so therefore job creation is crucial to that. Now, the biggest critique of mega infrastructure projects for a very long time has been it is not able to create long-term employment. Do you see that not being the case when it comes to the current government's focused push towards mega infrastructure projects?
I think it is something slightly different. When you look at mega infrastructure projects, during the construction stage, obviously there's a lot of job creation, both skilled and highly skilled, semi-skilled as well. But what is the impact of the project on job creation is something that follows thereafter. So you look at the example of what the minister talked about, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. It is a high quality transport linkage between Delhi and Mumbai. It is both rail as well as road. But what was essentially intended by using the word corridor was not that there is just a transport link between the two cities.
Yeah.
There are so many nodes between these cities, places like Kushkera, Bhiwadi, Nimrana, Pali, so many places, where you are building industrial townships.
Yeah.
And you are ensuring that these industrial townships are connected to these high quality infrastructure, the trunk infrastructure of rail and road. You're building housing, you're building education, you're building city infrastructure in those locations so that they become integrated industrial, commercial, business cities. That's when your job creation starts happening.
Right.
And that's how your investment starts flowing in. We are seeing that, at least as far as DMIC is concerned, wherever you have built these well-connected, integrated cities, there is a good demand coming from manufacturing companies to come and set up shop there.
Yeah.
But you'll continue to need to patronize more infrastructure. You only built the long distance rail and a long distance road. Have you built something equivalent to NCRTC to connect all of these? You haven't.
Right.
There's a talk of building metro all the way to Nimrana,
Yeah.
maybe running elevated and partly on surface. Have you built that? That's work in progress, still not happened. Infrastructure has to precede any kind of other investment that you want to attract. As far as that outlook is concerned, this government has the principle rightly adopted. But is the pace happening at the in the right fashion? I think there's a lot of catching up to do.
Also, that brings us to the very important aspect of social infrastructure, where that is, matching the investment that we're making on physical infrastructure. I'd like to take that question to Mr. Lal, but if you want to take a quick stab at it, please go ahead.
Social infrastructure is essentially, that's the concept behind building these integrated cities. So a Nimrana, Kushkera, Bhiwadi, or a Greater Noida node, these nodes, or for that matter, Aurangabad node, they are essentially meant to be built as places where you ensure business, industrial, social, institutional, all infrastructure coming together, including logistics and distribution networks.
Yeah.
That's the intent.
I'll come to you, Mr. Lal. Same question. That is, what has been your experience of governments, this push that they make to mega infrastructure projects? Do you see them, have you historically seen them being matched by investment also in social infrastructure, or there is a lot of scope there still?
Well, I have one or two points also to
Please go
mention.
ahead.
Social infrastructure, yes, but airports tend to be little patches.
Right.
They're not long corridors, they are little patches. So what has to come up around it has to be discussed with the government, with other private people, with citizens, their own viewpoints of view, because while we're all talking about land, air travel affects noise, and therefore all the space that comes in. Parts of Vasant Kunj had to be knocked down because of the noise that was going to come over as aircraft approach or take off from Palam. So that's one. Regarding the railway points and the metro connections, I feel really happy to say that the original master plan of Delhi Airport, 1976, had a site for a metro station before metros were available in Delhi. And the good thing is that the one that has come up is about 200 meters from what had been suggested originally. So if you think ahead, and you think not 5, 10, you think 50, 60, 70 years ahead as to what will happen when I'm not there. That is the way that planning for infrastructure should really work at. And that is the thing that I would suggest.
Right. I'll come back to you, Mr. Singh. My last question to all of you before we wrap up, that is, it's again, in most of the conversations that we have around infrastructure, we largely talk about attracting investment, foreign investment mostly. How do you think these infrastructure projects could go beyond that in also energizing local communities, co-opting them, and pulling them up the economic growth ladder?
Okay, so focusing on RRTS project particularly, see, as I said, this is not a mobility project simply. This is a urban development or urban planning project where we have to see the government is making an investment as huge as 30,000 crores for a 82-kilometer connectivity. The purpose is to decongest Delhi. The purpose is to create more centers of economic activity, because each one of these stations which is going to be happening on these corridors, they will be nodes for economic activity.
Right.
And if we plan these nodes properly, if we do the urban planning properly around them, there is a huge opportunity and potential for investment. What happens many times if we are not ready with our schemes, which are not to be done by the implementing agency, but by the concerned state governments. And the state governments, the good thing is that the state governments are part of RRTS.
Right.
And states like UP and Delhi, both where this corridor is happening, they have come up with their own TOD policy. So there is a lot of focus on how to do the transit-oriented development around these nodes.
Right.
And if everything goes well as being planned and being implemented, there will be huge, huge opportunity for bringing in investment in developing the smart cities around them.
Right.
And a lot of other economic activity which can be attracted from the through foreign investment or maybe through the domestic local investment also.
And all of that could go into energizing the local communities, you mean?
Absolutely. A lot of activity which will generate employment.
Yeah.
And means well-being of the people who are staying around.
Right. But essentially we're talking about, again, migration to places through which the modern infrastructure runs. Perhaps?
Yeah. So actually I am talking about that only. See, what happens whenever this kind of investment is made in a transit project, so a lot of economic activity will come around these stations. Right. We can plan in a way so that we regulate the development, or if we don't do it in time, then haphazard development will take place, which will not, initially it will attract the investment, but with the passage of time, investment will not come into those areas which are not properly developed, or which are not regulated for that kind of development.
Right. Mr. Kumar, I'll come back to you. We're running completely out of time, but this is the question I was trying to ask you after your last answer, which was about what are your suggestions for structural changes that need to be done as far as the Indian Railways is concerned. You know, it has benefited various urban as well as industrial hubs, but large swathes of land in India continue to complain from issues of lack of reliable connectivity, congestion, etc. What can be done so that Indian Railways can keep pace with the hectic activity we see around other infrastructure that is coming up in the country?
If you ask, say, give me one answer, the answer will be lay new tracks. Go where you have not gone. Number two, second answer, make the travel comfortable. Means something like Vande Bharat, more of them. And third, if you ask another one, then make multimodal a normal phenomena. You don't, once you get out of the station, you don't have to think, how will I go to the next place? You see, if you get out of one station, Hazrat Nizamuddin, now if you want to catch a metro or RRTS, you will travel so much that you will forget what is multimodal. So these are some basic things which everybody understands, but the thing is that the time has come at such a juncture where it is not possible. Either something is coming in the way or something else is there. So the best of brains fail at that time because cannot be operative. You're not laying a track on the moon or the Mars. Everything is available. You are laying a track where things are already at a level where that cannot be changed, and you have to first find your way in, and somehow a coach is 25-meter long, so it cannot go in a curve. So it has to have a long place, and that is how it is. That's why roads take a lead, that they can negotiate a curve, and you can negotiate your car in that. Thank you.
We've completely run out of time. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time out today and joining me in this conversation. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया विनय सिंह जी, रोबीलाल जी, मनीष शर्मा जी, अरविंद कुमार जी। अब इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और आगे चर्चा में हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश कैडर के आईएएस रहे संजय भूसरेड्डी जी, इस वक्त उत्तर प्रदेश रेरा के चेयरमैन हैं। हमारे दूसरे मेहमान हैं प्रणय कुमार, ईडी हैं आरईपीएल। साथ ही अभिजीत सिन्हा साहब जुड़ रहे हैं, प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर नेशनल हाईवे फॉर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, जगन शाह, सीईओ इंफ्राविजन, और सुधीर कृष्णा, फॉर्मर सेक्रेटरी अर्बन डेवलपमेंट। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। कृपया आप सब मंच पर आएं और साथ ही मैं एनडीटीवी से अपनी सहयोगी गौरी द्विवेदी को आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं।
Please, sir. I think one of the most important aspects of future cities is about how smart are they. And the one thing that this government has spoken about and has really made it a sort of a mission is that the urban landscape in India should change. The 2015 Smart Cities mission was an effort in that direction. A lot of progress has been made. There are some learnings, there are some challenges. And in this discussion, we'll try and bring out all of them. The learnings, what should be India's centric solutions, and also what are the specific challenges that cities in India face. Because it's easy to start going about making things greenfield, but brownfield is when a lot of challenges come where India-centric solutions need to be sought and need to be identified. And this panel, I'm hopeful, is going to be able to get out some of those interesting insights and perspectives that would enrich policymakers as well as the audiences in terms of how do we make our cities smarter and how do we go about learning from the lessons that have come in. Let's go across the panel, sir. Let me start with you. Your opening thoughts on the fact that connectivity, how crucial it is in terms of ensuring that our urban landscape changes and it becomes in tune with the challenges both of connectivity as well as urbanization that are there.
Thanks. Thanks for inviting us, me particularly, for this August gathering. See, definitely connectivity is a point which everybody knows that it is required. As far as a smart city is concerned, the real issue or real challenge we as an organization... So
could you just pull up the mic a little bit? Yeah, keep it closer to your mouth.
Yeah. The real challenge we faced about that data availability to plan for the smart city. What to connect and where, that origination destination matrix, the mode of transport, what people needed. Nothing was rightly available, and what was available was in piecemeal. It was difficult to join the dots.
Right. You want to come in there, sir, in terms of when you talk about our smart cities, the kind of challenges and also the alignment that exists between connectivity. If we are able to provide connectivity, how much does it help in really transforming our cities to become smarter as the ultimate goal is?
I think connectivity is at the heart of planned urbanization. Without proper connectivity, we have kind of, you introduce mobility solutions like metro rail, but if it is not connected with the last mile connectivity solutions, then you end up confusion around the metro rail where you find a lot of auto rickshaws around, and people do not know where to go, how to go, and so on and so forth. So seamless connectivity solutions, what is called comprehensive mobility planning, walk to work. You start from your house and you should be able to comfortably walk up to intermediate transport station like bus station, and then you take the bus up to the metro station and then take metro and go and reverse that side also. So seamless, today the position is unfortunately in our quest for transportation solutions for the cities, only metro rails have been given attention. Even buses are not enough. Most cities don't have enough buses also. And walking is a become challenge because walkways are not being looked after. So I think it's high time, and if you make good walkways, then it will reduce the cluttering of the cities. People will walk short distance. Today people are taking out their automobiles, even for 1 kilometer distance, half kilometer distance, people they don't want to send their children on the road for bicycling. Not the children, in my childhood I used to go to school on bicycle, and so today it's not possible, You are not sure to have a safe ride on the roads.
That's a very important point you made, that how pedestrian unfriendly, unfortunately, most of the cities are. And how do we go about fixing that? Because, that impacts everybody in the house and also has larger implications for sustainability as well. If people do not take out their cars for shorter distances, it has huge impact on our sustainable living as well.
In fact, many a time people don't want to go to metro or take metro also at times, because to reach metro is a challenge. So therefore, you better take your car and complete your journey both ways. So the last mile connectivity solutions have to be given some attention. I'm not saying nothing is being done, but greater attention, the kind of attention metro rails are getting, pathways are not getting, walkways are not getting a fraction of that attention, Cycle paths are, being developed only as a showpiece here and there, 1 kilometer, half kilometer here and there. I think it is very high time that municipal corporations and those who handle the city operations, the development authorities, the planning authorities, they must focus on integrated mobility solution, starting with my colleague just now, you mentioned about origin and destination traffic, how much origin people are going from where. That survey can be done. It is possible to conduct surveys to do a planning and find out how from where to where people are going, in what number. The surveys will give good approximate results. I think these are foremost and fundamental requirement is integrated transportation solution for making cities really sustainable. And then smartness will come later. You have smart buses already, smart metro rail. Metro rails are very smart, but that is not enough. We have bicycle systems which are smart, but they are all in pieces here and there. So it is high time that we integrate.
That's an important point,
yes.
sir. Mr. Shah, you want to come in there? That connectivity is a 360-degree concept. And as Mr. Krishna said, that while some aspects may have been given some attention, a lot still needs to be done.
Certainly a lot has to be done. Connectivity is not only a concept, connectivity is an outcome. It's actually the product of investing not only in connectivity infrastructure, which usually captures our imagination a lot more. So we want to build the railway tracks, we want to build the metros, but also importantly, connectivity services. So if you go to a European city which has a good interconnected mobility network, you will find that there will be that important interface between the consumer, the person who needs to travel, and the infrastructure. So connectivity is a product of services and infrastructure coming together. It's not enough to simply run a bus, you need to run a full bus. It's not enough to simply run a metro, you need to make sure that the metro is getting people to where they want to be. And underscoring all of this is something that the smart cities in India have learned at a very steep learning curve, which is the application of literally future tech and space technology to
I'm going to come to technology in a bit, sir, but specifically on the connectivity part, I just want to quickly get in, sir, as well, to sort of talk about how connectivity, as Mr. Shah said, is a derivative of how you want to make your cities smart.
Very, very good one to start with, and thank you for having me here. I don't know how many people will agree with me, but if I have to build a home for myself, I would not like to build in the cities that we have in India. Might be not Delhi, might not be Bangalore, might not be Mumbai, because all of us, and particularly these cities, are on a scale, if I can give you, every minute, 30 people from a rural settlement is moving in India to an urbanization. The scale of urbanization in India is so huge. It's unprecedented in the history of the mankind. And if you look at it, that 11% of the world population lives in our villages. And they all need cities. These cities should be livable, walkable, breathable. And what we wish...
And sustainable.
And sustainable, definitely. What we wish to have these cities is definitely to give us a gesture and also, if you can say, drinkable water, drainage, network, and healthcare.
Right. We have Mr. Sanjay as well with us on the Zoom link, right? Yeah, sir. Let me bring you in as well on the fact that we're talking about the connectivity aspect of how that drives the success of smart cities.
See, I'll give you the best the help of an example. Once Jewar Airport was declared and the work started going on in full swing, and the schedule of starting of landings and departure was also declared. Thereafter, a lot of development started taking place in Greater Noida area and on the Yamuna Expressway. In the last 6 months itself, we have sanctioned more than 25 projects in that area. So that itself shows that there is a link between connectivity and then the projects, residential real estate projects coming up. But I agree with my previous panelists that only the airport will not help. We'll have to have a metro connectivity from Jewar to Noida to Delhi and to Gurgaon, and then the last mile connectivity with the help of buses to the metro stations. So that is very, very essential. So it definitely has a direct linkage, and there are enough examples to prove that.
All right, sir. Then which brings me to the other aspect that I wanted to discuss, which is the tech aspect. How do you ensure that you get technology-enabled solutions and also India-specific solutions? Because whenever you talk about technology, it needs to sort of blend in with our requirements. And let's put that across to the panel in terms of how tech can solve our problems.
When we talk about tech, if you look to infrastructure and integrate with tech, what integrates it? The sensors, cloud, AI, ML, and the bandwidth. Now, once you do this, then you need basically that software to integrate it. Our experience, if we talk about, say, Moradabad smart city, that city also, that when we talk about the traffic data integrated to command and control system to check it, it was fairly successful. So tech has helped to smoothen the traffic flow, reduce the emission. It has definitely made it more sustainable. Energy optimization has come, and it has made the city more safe. Means all the places where you are finding that crime happening, putting camera there and tracking it, it has reduced the crime.
No, putting cameras and tracking is important, but I would call it as regular policing in terms of, putting CCTV footage in place. But I guess it is Internet of Things that many people say that could really transform cities and how you really go about using IoT. Sir, would you like to come in there?
Absolutely. You see, for the IoT, the hub is already there in place in at least 100 cities. The smart cities have got integrated command and control center that can become the hub. Now, the thing is how we make use of it. What I notice is that we are suboptimally utilizing it. For example, not only the crime, as you mentioned, sir, the crime can be, detected on the roads, at least traffic jams, the floodings, where the roads are, potholes can be checked there. That is on one side. Similarly, the water supply situation, where the water is, where the leakages in pipe, everything the command and control center can tell. Sewage line, where the sewage line is clogged, whether it needs to be repaired, and so on. And I said flooding points can be checked, traffic jam points can be located, immediate corrective actions are possible. So these integrated command and control centers were formed probably for the smart city mission's limited purpose, but I think they have a huge potential. They can provide a big backbone of support for the entire city, and it should be utilized also. That is definitely, it is a possibility and requirement both.
Mr. Shah, you wanted to comment on technology earlier.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think in addition to what Dr. Krishna just mentioned, the command and control centers, of course, have captured a lot of the imagination, especially during COVID, because they became the war rooms for dealing with COVID. I'd like to say that the integrated command and control centers aren't the only big deployment of technology in smart cities today. One of the great achievements of the smart cities mission, which is unacknowledged, is that over the across the 8,000 plus projects that it will deliver by next year, or rather, in fact, by this year, a lot of those projects are about circularity, for instance, waste management, wastewater management, even ecological restoration projects have come in, air quality management. So technology has been deployed in smart cities on a pilot basis across the country, across 100 cities, which is showing us the sustainability potential of our cities as well. So it not only is helping us run transportation systems well, it's helping us manage traffic better, it's also helping enable circularity in terms of recycling of waste, detection of different kinds of waste, even down to drones helping municipalities manage encroachments and unauthorized constructions so that they can optimize their collections on property tax. So technology is clearly the backbone of the smart cities anywhere in the world. What is heartening to see is that in the Indian context, through one mission, we've actually been able to create hundreds and thousands of lighthouse projects, which now can be replicated and scaled across the country. It can also almost become like a standard toolbox, where it includes an integrated command and control center, but it also includes other kinds of technologies, sensors, installations for managing waste, for managing the whole sort of metabolic activity of the city itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
In pretext of India, I beg to differ a little bit because on the scale which we are urbanizing, we may become another America or China. So when we look at technology, we need to be very, very specific. If we look at the design of our competitive federalism, we are very well placed to give solution to different states, and also states in a position to give solutions to the national problems. What you suffer in Delhi, you may not suffer in UP. So in this pretext, if you look at one successful example, UP, then 2014, if I can quote from where it started, 14 to 17, UP has worked extensively on adoption of new technologies. In 17, UP Ease of Doing Business ranking is ranked 2.
Yeah.
And at that time, when new government came with the Vibrant Gujarat model, I used to be the campaign team member of the Vibrant Gujarat model, and then I came to UP. So UP was given first possibility for us to work and bring and make it possible for investor to become a destination for investment. Bringing technology in a sensible manner is a competitive federalism competition between states today, that we do not end up becoming America, China, and again becoming into a same loop where nobody wishes to live in cities. And ultimately, if the adoption of technology is not done in a way, particularly after the global disappointment of COP29, which was placed as a solution provider for the world. World is looking at India now that the way how sustainability and development can work together, Prakriti bhi, Samriddhi bhi, Vikas bhi, or Virasat bhi.
So there are three aspects of what you said, and all three are equally important, but they are distinct from each other. One is our constraints of urbanization, which require us to create housing and other infrastructure. Second is the aspirational living, where we want better living standards and hence don't want our present cities as options for living. And the third is that how do we go about creating global models that can be replicated by other countries in global south. All three are equally important, but I would say not interchangeable, and I think that makes the whole this conversation so important, but at the same time so diverse. Let's get in Mr. Sanjay as well to talk about the role that technology plays in terms of ensuring our cities become smart, and the challenges that are unique to India must find those India-centric solutions as well.
Speakers have mentioned as previous speakers have mentioned on the technology aspect. I would say that there are few examples in India which are good examples, but I would take the example of the gift city in Ahmedabad. which is the smaller version of a investment destination. But that's a complete where everything with respect to technology, IoT, and all the aspects of drainage, sewerage, drinking water, cooling of the air conditioning of the buildings, everything is being taken care of. So we will have to find local what is applicable, because all technologies cannot be made applicable in all cities. So we'll have to see. And as has been said, that the command control center which has been set up is a very good example. But in that, only one aspect by and large have been done by all the states, that is traffic control, bottlenecking, traffic regulation, etc., etc. But with respect to the service aspect, where is the drainage leakage, where is the sewerage, where are the points, where are the where complaints would come up in the next 2-3 days, or where in the during night fire has taken place. So there are three aspects of command and control center. One is the basic traffic regulation and things like that, law and order, etc., etc. The other is your services. And third,
the third, this question I want to ask to the panel, I would request all of you to keep it short so that I can also take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. But the question that I want to ask is that what has been the one success story in terms of smart cities that you think India can emulate? There's no perfect example because we need to have solutions for our particular conditions. But in your assessment, the one experiment that you think that India can replicate when it comes to smart cities on all parameters? Quickly, sir.
Yeah, if you look around the world, Barcelona, Amsterdam, Seoul, or even Shanghai, Shenzhen, everywhere people talk about citizen-centric and shared mobility and sustainable solution. Okay. So this is where has to be focused to create our future correct smart cities.
Sir, I just have one thing to say. If you take the NCR region, we can combine Barcelona, Madrid, Seoul, all of it, and we'll still not reach NCR. So what you're saying is correct, but at the same time, I think the scale of how India deals with anything makes things so much more complicated. Yeah.
Actually, all these cities which are ranked as really smart cities or top smart cities are generally in Europe. In addition to that, top 10, and then Singapore and maybe Seoul. But thing is, all these cities, the reports that have come, and I have visited some of those cities, I had the fortune of visiting also some of these cities, and they are investing a lot on social infrastructure. You know,
all across the country. If I can say 2, please. One is Coimbatore Smart City, which cleaned up its water bodies and restored through biological, ecological restoration methods all of its water bodies. The second is Surat Smart City, which actually demonstrated that our wastewater can be quality. And so it has actually demonstrated precisely what Singapore has become famous for, which is what is called new water, which is actually recovered from wastewater. Surat has already demonstrated that. So I would say that these 2 water bodies, as well as the Surat example of cleaning up the water, and maybe I should add Indore's example of solid waste management, which is clearly something that can be replicated across the country.
Indeed, yes.
I would say reduction of our GDP spend on logistic 14% to 9%, decarbonization of our surface transport. These 2 have been a big issue for the economic growth of India. From last 10 years, where we have reached now, to bring a very good climate taxonomy, also making electric highways to connect the smart cities. Because in future, mostly people will be owning in smart cities electric cars, and they would like to go on highways. It is important and necessary. It was very important for us to build a good network of electric highway. India has a very successful example of now entering into building of 5,500 kilometer e-highway on entire golden quadrilateral Bharatmala and Sagarmala, reaching from Delhi to Kanyakumari. It will also give a global example, because the other successful example, Germany, which had the electric highway of the overhead wire, was 22 crore rupees per kilometer per se. India has only 1 crore rupees per kilometer.
Right, okay. Sanjay sir, let me give the final word to you, sir, in terms of what do you think are the successful experiments that India can replicate or scale up on a larger level?
Keeping in mind your time constraint, I would say all my four learned panelists have mentioned that. So you will have to summarize what they have said, and from that we will have to learn from the good examples we have, as has been rightly mentioned in Coimbatore, Surat. Ahmedabad also had mentioned another example of Gift City. So we will have to do it that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And on that note, I have to end this conversation. It was extremely important, threw up a lot of interesting ideas, insights, and I think it's all about being able to implement and solve some of the challenges that may come along. And thank you so much to the audience for being a patient listener. All the panelists are available offline. We can't take the questions, given that the next session is lined up. Thank you so much.
और अब हम फाइनल सेशन की तरफ बढ़ते हैं और अगले हमारे खास मेहमान हैं शलभ गोयल जी, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर NCRTC। शलभ जी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आप मंच पर आए। शलभ गोयल जी के बारे में बता दें, 1989 बैच के रेलवे के अधिकारी हैं और 2 IIT रुड़की और IIT दिल्ली से पढ़ाई कर चुके हैं। फिलहाल 2 जुलाई 2024 से नेशनल कैपिटल रीमन ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉर्पोरेशन के MD के तौर पर काम कर रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, मंच पर आए सर। और मेरे सहयोगी विकास भदौरिया उनसे बातचीत करेंगे। विकास, आप भी आइए।
नमस्कार, फ्यूचर समिट NDTV में आपका स्वागत है। और हमारे साथ इस वक्त जो खास मेहमान हैं शलभ गोयल हैं, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हैं NCRTC के, और इनके कंधों पर जिम्मेदारी है कि देश में जो क्षेत्रीय परिवहन है, जो लोकल ट्रांसपोर्ट है, जो रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए ख़ास तौर पर उसकी कनेक्टिविटी, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी को एनहेंस करने की और उसको बढ़ाने की, ताकि लोगों की जो यातायात की सुविधाएं हैं वो बढ़ती चली जाएं। तो आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, आपने व्यस्त समय में हमारे लिए समय निकाला।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
और हम आपसे इस बातचीत के जरिए कोशिश करेंगे कि अगले एक दशक के भीतर जो मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी है वो लोगों को किस तरह से राहत पहुंचाने जा रही है, किस तरह से उनका आवागमन सुगम हो रहा है, और ख़ास तौर पर एनसीआर के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, चूँकि ये पूरी फ्यूचर समिट जेवर एयरपोर्ट, यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे अथॉरिटी, इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के आसपास किस तरह से सिनेरियो बदलने वाला है उस पर है। और हम ये समझना चाहते हैं कि एनसीआरटीसी इस पूरे जेवर एयरपोर्ट और यमुना इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सप्रेसवे के आसपास जो कनेक्टिविटी है मल्टी।
सर्वप्रथम मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, आपने मुझे यहाँ पे बुलाया। मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि अगर हम पूरे ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सिस्टम को देखें तो दिल्ली मेट्रो आया, दिल्ली मेट्रो ने एक पूरा रेवोल्यूशन ला दिया और पूरे एक कंट्री में मेट्रोज़ एक के बाद एक बनते चले गए। जब मैं मेट्रो बोलता हूँ तो वो एक इंट्रा सिटी ट्रैवल है, यानी कि शहर के भीतर ही उसमें ट्रैवल करना है। जहाँ तक आरआरटीएस या जो नमो भारत जिसको हम कहते हैं, उसका मकसद ये है कि मैं जो हब है हमारा, सिटी का हब है, उस हब से 100 किलोमीटर के दायरे में, रेडियस में, मैं जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं उनको मैं जोड़ सकूं। जैसा कि अभी दिल्ली सराय काले खां से मोदीपुरम को जोड़ा जा रहा है, जो कि करीब करीब 100 किलोमीटर के आसपास हो जाता है, और उसका मकसद ये है कि 55 मिनट में हम आपको 100 किलोमीटर का जो है यात्रा कराया जा सके। उसका मेन मकसद ये है कि जो हमारे जो सिटी सेंटर्स हैं वहाँ पे बहुत क्राउडेड है, प्रॉपर्टीज़ के दाम बढ़ रहे हैं, लोगों के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा कंजेशन है। तो अगर मैं मोदीपुरम या मेरठ या गाज़ियाबाद में रह के यहाँ पे दिल्ली में नौकरी कर सकता हूँ या वाइस वर्सा, तो मेरे लिए जो है मतलब कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग भी कम हो जाता है। 55 मिनट या 50 मिनट या 40 मिनट की यात्रा करके मैं मेरठ की ओर से या गाज़ियाबाद की ओर से मैं दिल्ली आ सकता हूँ। दिल्ली में मैंने नौकरी करी और शाम को मैं वापस चले जाऊँ। एंड वो इतना कंफर्टेबल ट्रैवल है जिसमें कि मतलब इट इज़ एयर कंडीशन ट्रैवल है पूरा। वो टिकट्स भी बहुत कम रखे गए हैं, उसमें सीट्स बहुत कंफर्टेबल हैं, कुशन सीट्स हैं 2x2। और जहाँ तक सर्दियों का या फॉग वाला जो मौसम होता है उसमें ये इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसी इस्तेमाल की गई है कि ये फॉग से अफेक्ट नहीं होता है। इसमें सारी कैब सिग्नलिंग है, ट्रेन की गति जो एक मैक्सिमम स्पीड जो है इसकी 160 kmph है, 160 पे गाड़ी चल सकती है पूरा, हालांकि बाहर पूरा फॉग हो और कोचेस भी अंदर से हीटेड है। तो जब हम लोग इसके ट्रायल्स अभी चल रहे थे तो मैं देख रहा था कि बाहर इतनी ज़्यादा ठंड, बूंदाबांदी हो रही है, बारिश भी हो रही है, लेकिन आप कोच के अंदर बिल्कुल एक गर्म 26-27 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर पे आप पूरा ट्रैवल कर सकते हैं। तो एक पूरा सोशो इकोनॉमिक सिनेरियो एनसीआर का एक बदलने वाला है। एंड जो लोग बात दिल्ली में ही रहना प्रेफर करते थे, या मेरठ और दिल्ली की या मोदीपुरम और दिल्ली की जो दूरी होती थी वो बहुत नज़दीक अब होती जा रही है। और इस तरह से खाली ये दिल्ली से लेकर ये मोदीपुरम का तो पहला 8 कॉरिडोर है, लेकिन जब सरकार ने पहले सोचा था टोटल 8 कॉरिडोर ऐसे तकरीबन आइडेंटिफाई किए थे, जिसमें से 2 कॉरिडोर्स और प्रायोरिटी पे हैं। एक है दिल्ली सराय काले खां से लेकर करनाल की ओर, और अगला है दिल्ली सराय काले खां से गुड़गांव होते हुए एसएनबी की ओर टुवर्ड्स अलवर। तो ये दोनों कॉरिडोर्स की भी डीपीआर बना के हम लोगों ने हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स के अंडर में आता है एनसीआरटीसी, उसकी डीपीआर भी सबमिट कर दी है। जेवर एयरपोर्ट की जहाँ तक आपने बात करी, हम लोगों ने गाजियाबाद से जेवर,
मैं आपको रोकूंगा, जेवर एयरपोर्ट पे बाद में आएंगे। आपने करनाल और गुड़गांव के आरआरटीएस की बात की, डीपीआर आ चुकी, लेकिन इसका टारगेट कब तक का है, कब ये कंप्लीट हो जाएगी?
देखिए ये बहुत मेगा प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जिसमें कि तमाम तरह की चैलेंजेस एनकाउंटर करने पड़ते हैं। तो दिल्ली मेरठ का हमारा एक्सपीरियंस ये बताता है कि ये 6 साल में प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होगा, जो कि ओरिजिनल टारगेट था 6 साल का, और जून 25 तक कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। तो ये दोनों प्रोजेक्ट्स भी तकरीबन सैंक्शन होने के बाद इनका 5 से 6 साल का हमारा पीरियड रहेगा, जिसमें क्योंकि बहुत सारी स्टेजेस होती हैं, लेकिन डिफरेंट छोटी छोटी स्टेजेस में कुछ ना कुछ हम लोग खोलते जाएंगे, बट फाइनल जो होगा आप मान लें सैंक्शन के बाद तकरीबन 5 से 6 साल।
तो मतलब 2030 में आप गुड़गांव और करनाल आरआरटीएस हाई स्पीड ट्रेन से सफ़र कर रहे होंगे?
बिल्कुल, ये उम्मीद की जा सकती है, प्रोवाइडेड ये सैंक्शन हमारा प्रोजेक्ट हमारे दोनों सैंक्शन हो जाएं, जिसकी हमें काफ़ी कुछ उम्मीद है।
जी, अब जेवर एयरपोर्ट की बात कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि नया एपिसेंटर जो डेवलपमेंट का, सस्टेनेबिलिटी का, वो जेवर एयरपोर्ट बनता हुआ दिख रहा है और बहुत हाई पोटेंशियल उस तरफ लोग देख रहे हैं, ना केवल इंडस्ट्री देख रही है, अर्बन पॉपुलेशन भी देख रही है। तो अगर अर्बन पॉपुलेशन उधर शिफ्ट होगी या उसको वहाँ पर जाना आना है अपने काम धंधे के सिलसिले में, तो कनेक्टिविटी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी की जिम्मेदारी आपके कंधों पे है। RRTS, हाई स्पीड ट्रेन, मेट्रो, तीनों से कनेक्ट करने की योजना है, दोनों से कनेक्ट करने की योजना है। इस पर आप जो पूरा रीजनल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सिस्टम है उसमें कैसे बदलाव देखते हैं?
बदलाव तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त रूप से पूरे एक क्षेत्र में आने वाला है, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने अभी एक DPR जो है बना के गाज़ियाबाद से जेवर एयरपोर्ट के बीच में एक DPR बना के, जो कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की पहल पर हमें DPR बनाने का कार्य सौंपा गया था, वो DPR बना के हम लोगों ने अपने मंत्रालय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स को दी है। वहाँ पे उसका इवैल्यूएशन चल रहा है और उसमें बहुत सारे डिफरेंट ऑल्टरनेटिव्स भी एक्सप्लोर किए जा रहे हैं। फर्दर क्या हो सकता है, उन सब पे विचार विमर्श अभी मंत्रालय के साथ चल रहा है। तो बट डेफिनेटली जब भी ये बन जाता है या जो भी ऑल्टरनेट इसमें लिया जाता है, उसमें मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी पे पूरा ध्यान रखा जाएगा और पूरी जो पब्लिक की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ही पूरा कॉरिडोर और उसका जो अलाइनमेंट उसको फाइनल किया जाएगा।
अभी ज़रूरत है डेवलपमेंट के साथ इस बात का भी ध्यान रखा जाए कि आपकी प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो पर्यावरण के मित्र भी हों। ख़ास तौर पर ऊर्जा संरक्षण से पर ज़्यादा जोर है। इस तरह से अगर NCRTC को देखा जाए तो किस तरह से रीजनल कनेक्टिविटी, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी पे काम करते हुए इस फंड पर भी काम कर रहा हो?
नहीं, आपने एक बहुत जिसको बोलते हैं कि इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़, एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट प्रश्न पूछा है, जो कि NCRTC के लिए एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट माइलस्टोन हम लोग लेके चले हैं। सबसे पहले तो अगर मैं खाली दिल्ली मेरठ कॉरिडोर की बात करूं, तो जब दिल्ली मेरठ कॉरिडोर पूरा बन जाएगा तो करीब 1 लाख व्हीकल्स, मेरे रोड व्हीकल्स जो हैं वो ऑफ द रोड हो जाएंगे। उसके करस्पॉन्डिंग जो है जो मेरा कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एमिशंस हैं वो मेरे कम हो जाते हैं। मेरा पेट्रोल का जो आयात या इंपोर्ट जो मेरा कम हो जाता है, डीजल का इंपोर्ट कम हो जाता है और कार्बन फुटप्रिंट्स कम हो जाते हैं। उसके साथ साथ हम लोग सोलर पे बहुत काम कर रहे हैं। सोलर पे करीब हम लोग 11 मेगावाट सोलर हम लोग लगाने के डिफरेंट प्लान है स्टेशंस पे, और जो भी लोकेशन हम लोग मिल रहे हैं। जो पेड़ हम लोगों ने ट्री ट्रांसप्लांटेशन पे काफ़ी जोर दिया है, जिससे कि पेड़ों को कम से कम क्षति पहुंचाई जा सके। वाटर रिसाइकलिंग जिसको बोलते हैं, वाटर रिचार्जिंग ग्राउंड वाटर का, अगर आप दुहाई डिपो में जाके देखें तो पूरा एक बहुत बड़ा ह्यूज सम्प बनाया है जिसमें पूरे डिपो का पानी इकट्ठा होके आ जाता है एंड वो पूरा ग्राउंड वाटर को रिचार्ज करता है। उसी तरह से जो है, अगर ऑक्यूपेंसी सेंसर्स हम लोगों ने डिफरेंट कमरों में लगाए गए हैं। सारी जो मशीनरी है सब वो जो है, मतलब उसमें VVVF ड्राइव्स हैं, 3 फेज़ रीजनरेटिव ब्रेकिंग है, हमारी ट्रेन्स में भी रीजनरेटिव ब्रेकिंग है। तो उस तरह से एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन और एनर्जी प्रिजर्वेशन पे बहुत ध्यान दिया गया है। और अगर मेरे एनर्जी बचती है तो मेरे कार्बन फुटप्रिंट बचते हैं और पर्यावरण के लिए ये काफ़ी उचित एक दिशा में हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं, हमें ऐसा लगता है।
NCRTC के लिए एक सबक हुआ है क्या इस दौरान जब आप काम कर रहे हैं कि प्राइवेट और पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप के जरिए जो प्रोजेक्ट लाए जा रहे हैं उसमें क्या नया प्रयोग करने की ज़रूरत है ताकि ये जो मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी है ये और ज़्यादा इसका विस्तृत रूप और विस्तार इसमें हो सके?
आपने PPP की बात करी। PPP आई थिंक इज़ द नीड ऑफ द आवर, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट को, सरकार को कोशिश ये करनी चाहिए, जो मुझे लगता है, कि अपना पैसा हम कम से कम लगाएं, साथ साथ हम लोग जो हमारे प्राइवेट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं जिनमें फाइनेंशियल मसल है उनको सामने लाएं और वो अपना पैसा लगा सकें, जिससे गवर्नमेंट एंड प्राइवेट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए दोनों के लिए एक विन विन सिचुएशन और पब्लिक के लिए एक विन विन सिचुएशन बन सके। उसका एक जीवंत उदाहरण है कि जो हम लोगों ने O&M है, ऑपरेशंस एंड मेंटेनेंस ट्रेन्स का दिया है, वो जर्मन रेलवेज़ के ड्यूशबान DB जिसको बोलते हैं, उसको 12 साल का हम लोगों ने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया जिसमें पूरा O&M DB करेगा। जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ ये देश में एक पहला अपनी तरह का एक मॉडल है। एंड DB जब आई है, जर्मन रेलवेज़ जो आई है, तो एक बेस्ट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी और वहाँ की जो जर्मन रेलवेज़ की जो प्रैक्टिसेस हैं साथ अपने लेके आए हैं। एंड उसमें उनके दो चार मेन लोग ऊपर के टॉप उनके हैं, बाकी सारा जो लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन उसमें हुआ है, जो हमारे गाज़ियाबाद मेरठ कॉरिडोर के अलॉन्ग जो कॉलेजेस हैं उसके बच्चों को रिक्रूट करके जो ट्रेन्स भी चला रहे हैं, स्टेशंस का मेंटेनेंस भी कर रहे हैं, तो एक तरह से लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन भी हुआ है। उसी तरह से जो हम लोगों ने रोलिंग स्टॉक ख़रीदा है वो ख़रीदा है एल्सॉम से, जो कि सावली बड़ौदा में बन रहा है। उसके साथ साथ रोलिंग स्टॉक खरीदने के साथ साथ रोलिंग स्टॉक का मेंटेनेंस भी 15 साल का बंडल अप करके उसको दिया गया है, एंड वो भी एल्सॉम भी एक बेस्ट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आया है। तो ये दो जीवंत उदाहरण है कि अगर सरकार एंड जो एक प्राइवेट एंटरप्राइजेज अगर हाथ मिला लें और हाथ बढ़ाते हुए चलें और आपकी इंटेंशंस बहुत अच्छी हों, तो डेफिनेटली कंट्री इज़ गोइंग टू प्रॉस्पर एंड एवरीवन स्टैंड्स टू गेन।
आप क्षेत्रीय कनेक्टिविटी में काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन दिल्ली का ट्रैफिक इटसेल्फ ए बिग प्रॉब्लम। आप बाहर से वाहनों का दिल्ली में आने वाले दबाव कम कर देंगे आरआरटीएस के जरिए, मेट्रो के जरिए, कनेक्टिविटी के जरिए, लेकिन अभी दिल्ली में जो ट्रैफिक का दबाव है ख़ास तौर पर पीक आवर्स में, उसको कम करने के लिए क्या कोई प्लानिंग की गई है या कोई स्टडी की गई है कि उस दबाव को कैसे कम किया जाए? इसके अतिरिक्त कि जो प्रोजेक्ट अपकमिंग हैं जो 2030 में, 32 में, 35 में शुरू होंगे कि बाहर का ट्रैफिक का दबाव कम हो?
हम लोग का प्रयास ये है कि लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी हम लोग कैसे दे सकें। मेट्रो अपनी ओर से प्रयासरत है, हम लोग भी प्रयासरत हैं। लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए एक बहुत चीज़ ज़रूरी है कि जो हमारे जो स्कूटर से, मोटरसाइकिल से या कार से जो लोग बाग चल रहे हैं, उनको मैं लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी कैसे प्रोवाइड कर सकूं जिससे कि वो अपनी गाड़ी छोड़ के मेट्रो में आ सकें और उससे रोड पे कंजेशन कम हो सके। उसके लिए पूरा पार्किंग स्पेसेस पे बहुत ज़्यादा जोर दिया गया है, एंड पूरे इस कॉरिडोर में देखें अगर दिल्ली मेरठ में करीब करीब 8000 व्हीकल्स का पार्किंग स्पेस क्रिएट किया है। तो जब हम लोग इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को कंसीव कर रहे थे तो पार्किंग स्पेसेस को क्रिएट करना वॉज एन इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ दिस कंप्लीट प्लानिंग प्रोसेस। उसके साथ साथ जो हमारी बसेस हैं, बसेस जो हैं एनसीआरटीसी के साथ या नमो भारत के साथ compete ना करते हुए बल्कि कॉम्प्लीमेंट करें। उसके कारण से जितने भी बस ऑपरेटर्स हैं, हम लोगों ने यूपी एरिया में, दिल्ली एरिया में हम लोगों ने बात करने की प्रयास किया है, एंड यूपी एरिया में तो काफ़ी कुछ सफलता भी प्राप्त हुई है कि उन लोगों ने करीब करीब 17-18 नए रूट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जिस पे बसेस चल रही हैं। पुराने रूट जो कि पैरेलल चलते थे नमो कॉरिडोर के, नमो भारत कॉरिडोर के, उसको उन लोगों ने चेंज किया है। इस तरह से हम लोग दिल्ली में भी प्रयास रहते हैं कि जो बसेस हैं वो हमारे साथ कॉम्प्लीमेंट करके काम कर सकें। उसी तरह से बहुत सारे जैसे रैपिडो है एंड तरह तरह के जो हमारे जो हमारे ऑपरेटर्स हैं उनके साथ हम लोग प्रयासरत हैं। एमओयू भी किए गए हैं जिससे कि एक टैंडम में पूरा काम हो सके एंड लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी हम लोग दे सकें जिससे कि कंजेशन की जो आपने बात करी वो कम हो सके। एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ इसके लिए होती है मल्टी मॉडल इंटीग्रेशन। दिल्ली मेट्रो का एक बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क है जिसने कंजेशन कम करने में एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल अपना अदा किया है ओवर द ईयर्स। हम लोगों का प्रयास ये रहा है कि जहाँ पे भी नमो भारत कॉरिडोर जा रहा है उसको दिल्ली मेरठ कॉरिडोर के साथ उसको डीएमआरसी कॉरिडोर के साथ और जो हमारे बस स्टेशन हैं उसके साथ कैसे इंटीग्रेट किया जा सके। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल अगर मैं सराय काले खां जो हमारा नमो भारत का स्टेशन है उसकी बात करता हूँ, बराबर में ही निज़ामुद्दीन रेलवे स्टेशन है, वहाँ पे 2 बस अड्डे भी हैं, 2 डीएमआरसी की लाइंस भी आती हैं। सबको हम लोगों ने एक साथ इंटीग्रेट हम लोग कर रहे हैं और ट्रांजिशन पब्लिक का एक कॉरिडोर से दूसरे कॉरिडोर या एक मोड ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट से दूसरे मोड ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट कैसे सीमलेस हो सके वो प्रयास किया है हम लोगों ने। और आनंद विहार में अगर देखें तो आनंद विहार में तो हम लोगों ने एक डिटूर लिया है। हमारा कॉरिडोर पहले सीधे जा रहा था लेकिन डिटूर लेके हम लोग लेके आए उसको भारतीय रेल के आनंद विहार स्टेशन और जो दिल्ली मेट्रो के 2 वहाँ पे लाइंस जाती हैं और 2 बस अड्डे जाते हैं वहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी के। तो सब को लाके हम लोगों ने एक साथ इंटीग्रेट किया है और हम लोग अब उसके लिए एफओबीज भी बना रहे हैं और एफओबीज पे आगे चल के ट्रैवलेटर भी पूरा प्लान कर रहे हैं जिससे कि सीमलेस इंटीग्रेशन हो सके। तो अगर मैं सीमलेस इंटीग्रेशन प्रोवाइड कर पाता हूँ और लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी प्रोवाइड कर पाता हूँ तो पब्लिक ऑटोमेटिकली इधर आने के लिए मोटिवेट होगी, वो हमारा प्रयास है। टिकटिंग में भी इसमें हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया, जैसे कि पहले दिल्ली मेट्रो का मोमेंटम ऐप है जिससे कि आप टिकट खरीद सकते हैं। हमारा जो NCRTC का नमो भारत ऐप है, पहले क्या था कि ना अगर मुझे दिल्ली मेट्रो का टिकट खरीदना है तो मुझे उसके ऐप पे जाना पड़ेगा, मेरा टिकट खरीदना है तो मेरे ऐप पे जाना पड़ेगा, अलग अलग विंडोज़ पे लगना पड़ेगा। नाउ दोनों को हम लोगों ने इंटीग्रेट कर दिया है। इंटीग्रेट करने से क्या हुआ है कि मैं दिल्ली मेट्रो के ऐप पे NCRTC के टिकट खरीद सकता हूँ और वाइस वर्सा। तो इस तरह के कुछ प्रयास जारी हैं और बहुत सारे आइडियाज़ सजेशंस हम लोग को पब्लिक से, प्रेस से मिलते रहते हैं और हमारा हमेशा प्रयास रहता है कि उस पर हम लोग आगे बढ़ें। एटलीस्ट 50-60% भी कर पाते हैं तो डेफिनेटली हम लोग पब्लिक को मोटिवेट कर पाएंगे कि अपनी गाड़ी छोड़ के नमो भारत कॉरिडोर पे माइग्रेट कर सकें।
जी, जिस तरह से दिल्ली में रिंग रोड है, उसी तरह से एक रिंग रेलवे हुआ करती थी। हम लोगों ने तो चलते भी नहीं देखी उनको, लेकिन उसको अगर जिंदा करेंगे दोबारा से, पूरा एक नेटवर्क है रेल का, रिंग दिल्ली के चारों तरफ स्टेशंस का नेटवर्क है, उसको क्यों नहीं जिंदा करते? वो भी एक लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी अगर उसमें दें आप स्टेशन से और बाहर शहर के बीचों बीच आने के लिए, तो वो भी एक अच्छा कनेक्टिविटी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है आपके पास।
ये विषय भारतीय रेल का है और NCRTC का विषय नहीं है, तो मेरे ख्याल से भारतीय रेल की ओर से बेहतर इसको बताया जा सकेगा। बट उसमें डेफिनेटली जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ, जहाँ तक मेरे को एज एन आउटसाइडर समझ में आता है कि उसमें इंडियन रेलवेज काफ़ी कुछ कर रहा है, प्रयासरत है।
जेवर एयरपोर्ट की बात कर लेते हैं। ये कहा जाता है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पहले क्रिएट कीजिए तो अपने आप उस इलाके की तस्वीर बदल जाती है। जेवर एयरपोर्ट का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट हो गया, ग्रेटर नोएडा वहाँ बस गया है, आसपास और स्ट्रक्चर इंडस्ट्रीज आ रही है, रियल एस्टेट का कारोबार हो रहा है, लेकिन जो कनेक्टिविटी है वो एक बड़ी समस्या है आज भी। एक्सप्रेसवे के अलावा वहाँ पर ना तो अभी मेट्रो का नेटवर्क है उस तरफ जाने के लिए, ना अभी रेल का नेटवर्क है। तो कुल मिला के वाहनों का दबाव सड़कों पर बढ़ना ही है जैसे ही वो एक नया स्ट्रक्चर खड़ा होगा। तो इससे पहले एयरपोर्ट चालू हो, इस पर क्यों नहीं ध्यान दिया गया कि वहाँ पर मेट्रो रेल की कनेक्टिविटी भी कर दी जाए?
देखिए, ये सारे जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, मेट्रो के हों, चाहे NCRTC का हो या इंडियन रेलवेज का हो, सारे बहुत कॉस्ट इंटेंसिव प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। तो जो मिनिस्ट्री हमारी है, मंत्रालय, वो एक ऑप्टिमल सॉल्यूशन निकालने की हमेशा कोशिश करता है, प्रयासरत रहता है कि कौन सा प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन करें जिससे मैक्सिमम एक आउटपुट मिल सके एंड क्या कौन सा अलाइनमेंट मुझे बेस्ट आउटपुट देगा। तो मिनिस्ट्री से जितनी हमारी बातचीत हुई है वो लोग इस दिशा में अभी प्रयासरत हैं।
इस पूरे रीजन की अगर आप दिल्ली NCR रीजन की बात करें तो मल्टीपल एक्सप्रेसवेज आसपास से गुजर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके बीच कनेक्टिविटी इशू है। EPS है, ईस्टर्न पेरिफेरल है और वेस्टर्न पेरिफेरल है, नीचे से उसके 2 एक्सप्रेसवे गुजर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनकी कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है। यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे की नहीं है, दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे है, उनकी कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है। ये कनेक्टिविटी आपको नहीं लगता कि जब ये एक्सप्रेसवे बन रहे थे उन्हीं के साथ उस समय डिजाइन कर लेनी चाहिए थी?
कनेक्टिविटी देखिए, रोडवेज में पूरे कंट्री में एक जाल बिछाया जा रहा है और NCR में भी उस जाल को बिछाया जा रहा है। बट हाँ, मतलब हम लोग का जो एक प्रेशर है, प्रेशर गवर्नमेंट के सामने चैलेंज रहता है कि पॉपुलेशन हमारी बढ़ रही है, नंबर ऑफ़ व्हीकल्स बढ़ रहे हैं। नंबर ऑफ़ व्हीकल्स एक इकोनॉमिक इंडिकेटर हो जाता है कंट्री के लिए। तो गवर्नमेंट एक पेस रखने की कोशिश करती है, बट जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी कहा कि बहुत कॉस्ट इंटेंसिव प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, तो प्रायोरिटाइजेशन करने की कई बार आवश्यकता हो जाती है। अगर आप याद करें, दिल्ली में आज से 5 साल पहले या कंट्री में बात करें 5 साल पहले क्या था या 10 साल पहले क्या था या 15 साल पहले क्या था, तो हर साल आप पाएंगे कि जो रोडवेज का नेटवर्क है, रेलवेज का नेटवर्क है और दिल्ली मेट्रो का नेटवर्क है या जो अब RRTS आ गया उसका नेटवर्क बढ़ता जा रहा है। तो गवर्नमेंट अपनी ओर से पूरी प्रयासरत है कि कैसे जो इंक्रीजिंग डिमांड्स हैं और जो हमारे कम्यूटर्स की और पब्लिक एट लार्ज की जो एस्पिरेशंस है उसको कैसे फुलफिल किया जा सके।
अभी हमने देखा हाल ही में ग्रेटर नोएडा तो बसा ही है, ये तो काफ़ी पुराना मॉडल है, लेकिन बड़े शहरों के आसपास 50-60 किलोमीटर दूर छोटे छोटे अर्बन टेरिटरी क्रिएट करने की ज़रूरत है। जैसा कि यूरोप अमेरिका में होता है कि बड़े शहरों से लोग बड़े शहरों की और 60-70 किलोमीटर दूर से आते हैं और वहाँ छोटी छोटी टेरिटरी क्रिएट होती है। तो एक्सप्रेसवे का जो नेटवर्क दिल्ली के आसपास बन रहा है, वहाँ पर इस तरह की अर्बन टेरिटरी क्रिएट करने की ज़रूरत है ताकि जो उसके आसपास के छोटे शहर हैं उन पर भी आबादी का दबाव कम हो।
आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा है। उसका अभी जैसे मैं एग्जांपल देता हूँ, मेरठ में पूरी एक नई टाउनशिप डेवलप की जा रही है और वो आउटकम है जो दिल्ली मेरठ कॉरिडोर बन रहा है। उसी तरह से गाज़ियाबाद में भी जो है पूरी एक टाउनशिप डेवलप की जा रही है और जिसको हम ट्रांजिट ओरिएंटेड डेवलपमेंट बोल देते हैं एक तकनीकी उसमें। तो ट्रांजिट ओरिएंटेड डेवलपमेंट में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी का और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दिल्ली का बहुत ज़्यादा जोर है और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का भी बहुत ज़्यादा जोर है। तो मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जैसे 2 टाउनशिप मेरठ और गाज़ियाबाद में बनी है, जगह जगह इस टाइप की और टाउनशिप्स बनेंगी और जिसको एक बोलते हैं अर्बन कॉन्ग्लोमरेशन। तो दिल्ली पे इस टाइप का प्रेशर कम होगा और वो प्रेशर जो है डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होगा करीब 100 किलोमीटर के दायरे में। आई एम श्योर ऐसा होने वाला है।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शलभ गोयल जी आपका, आपने एनडीटीवी के लिए वक्त निकाला फ्यूचर समिट में, और उम्मीद है कि जो फ्यूचर प्लान्स हैं आपके वो निश्चित रूप से मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी को एक नया आयाम देंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शलभ गोयल जी हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। इस कार्यक्रम के लिए यमुना एक्सप्रेसवे औद्योगिक विकास प्राधिकरण का विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद, जिनकी सौजन्य से ये कार्यक्रम हुआ, और साथ ही गौर ग्रुप और भूटानी इंफ्रा का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, जिनके सहयोग से ये कार्यक्रम आपके लिए लाया गया था। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ आने के लिए और हमारे मेहमानों को सुनने के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।